Welcome one and all, it's final table time here at the Millions Online. What a cracker we have in store for you guys this evening. Joined as always by Henry Kilbane, my main man. Henners, what's going on, my man? How pumped are we on a scale of 0 to pumped?
You're right, Debs. You need a coffee to get the words out. I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped. It's biggest tournament of the year for us, right? 900k up top, Millions Online, some absolute heroes still left on the final table, and also we've got a hero of our own join us in the commentary booth later on today, Chrissy B. So pretty excited to have her come in and do some ICM stuff for us, so we don't have to bother. Let her just do all the hard stuff, and we'll just be the play-by-play guys.
Yeah, Chrissy B will be joining us in about 30 minutes, but myself and Henry are going to kick things. If you weren't with us last night, we got down to 9 players. Eventually, Henry, it took a while. Everyone was getting a little delirious, including Twitch chat. By the way, Twitch chat, anyone who was with us last night towards the end, thanks so much. That was one of the more enjoyable interactions I've had with Twitch chat. But let's have a little gander, Henry, at the chip counts and see how things finished off last night.
Yeah,
there we go. Endrit, your boy. Look at him. Henry up there with 250 mil. Now, he had 250 mil from like 15 left, 14 left. The bubble went on for a very long time. There was some movement. There were at one point, Henry, we had everyone really short. It's leveled out a bit, but Endrit managed to maintain what is a quarter of the chips in play, near enough. So a great spot for him, is it not?
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was back-to-back hands. Endrit doubled up Ivanovic with 10 left, and then the very next hand with the King 5 of diamonds on the Ace King 5 board, managed to burst the FT bubble and kind of recoup the losses that were made from the Ivanovic clash with the King Queen of Spades versus Endrit's Queens. King ball on the river, but these things happen. And he's, like you said, managed to keep 20-25% of the chips in play.
And Henry, $72,000 is what's locked up, but look at that first prize, as you said, just below 900k, 6 figures guaranteed from making the top 7. So some life-changing sums for some of these players. Henry, obviously we've got the likes of Daniel Dvoris in there. He's playing for this sort of money all the time, but for most of these guys, this is the shot, isn't it?
I mean, this is the shot. We looked at the Hendon mobs. We know that. I mean, even coming 7th, 8th is going to be the best score for some of these guys. But then you have people like Boris, Ivanovic, Christian Rudolph, Endrit. These guys have played for this kind of money before, and I think we're going to see the difference in the spot taking from the guys that have been here before, and they're confident, they're calm and collected, and the guys that have never played for this type of money.
Yeah, and straight into the action, and straight into Jonathan Proudfoot with 8 deuce, Henry, from the
Proudfoot
pig.
As well. Yeah, what are we talking about, Debsy? Proudfoot's in there as well, man. I mean, that's some heroes at this table.
But this is, we're just joining this hand in action. We're seeing 8 deuce being played, Henry. Proudfoot never lets us down for a little bit of action. There's not really too many spots he's going to miss out on, but here we go. Francisco with 2 6s bet flop got called by the weaker hand, but Proudfoot improves to a flush draw on the turn. Already 20 million chips in the pot.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out how this hand played out. So we're looking at a hijack open from Francisco and then a Proudfoot defend.
I mean, I'm trying to work out. It must be limp pot. It must be a limp pot, yeah. It's the only thing that makes sense.
The most sense.
You've got Dvoris and Endrit, and they cut off from the bottom, so Francisco's away. He can't open too many hands. He's going to play a lot of hands as an open limp. Limped in. Christian didn't complete. Jonathan checks. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Wow, I'm just looking at the table, the seat draw now. I mean, look at Dvoris, Endrit, and Christian Rudolph. That is... you talk about running good, running bad. That's gonna be a really interesting spot on Dvoris's button. There's going to be some huge clashes there. I can already kind of see that. That will go, going down. Dvoris open, the Getchi 3-bet, and then the Christian Rudolph cold 4 out of the big. They'll be up to all sorts of nonsense. That should be a fun one.
Yeah, it is going to be a fun one. And guys, now we're finally underway. Just to give you all an idea of what we've got in store tonight, of course, we're going to be calling the action on this final table all the way to the winner. That winner picking up 892k. But there are loads of chances for you guys to get involved this evening. Most notably, I see a lot of you in the chat desperate for the password for this tournament. It doesn't start for over 2 hours yet, so you're all chomping at the bit for a chance to win the PS5, Henry, which is understandable. And the password for that tournament is Twitch Party. If you head on over to Party, you need to have, I believe it's the restricted tab clicked, and you can find the winner PS5 free roll. Get in there, click reg, chance to win a PlayStation, $400 in cash as well. And yeah, that's going to go off, Henry. But as you guys know, we give away tickets, don't we, Henry, a lot? But tonight it is bumper. We're going all out. Every hour from 9 o'clock onwards, we are giving out 10 $11 Daily Legends tickets. Now, they're going to be split between 5 of you guys each hour who've followed us in the past, and 5 new followers. If you're watching and you're not a follower yet, smash follow. It's done on Twitch usernames, so you're all automatically in. Nothing else you've got to do. And there's an extra bonus, Henry, that if you are following, you're watching this, and your name's called out, you win a ticket. If you chat to us in the chat, we're going to throw on an extra $22 Predator ticket into the mix, Henry. So $11, but another $22 if you're in the chat watching at the time we do the draw. We're doing that every hour. I'll remind you guys, but if you're not already done so, press the follow button, because if you're not following, you can't win. And also, of course, you will need a real money party poker account. So if you haven't got one, get one set up, guys. And if you haven't got one, what are you doing? Come on. I know some of you can't. I know there are jurisdictions where you can't play. I'm sorry. There's nothing we can do about that. But if you haven't already done so, set up an account and you can win these tickets. And who knows, Henry, what you could spin those into.
That's pretty mad. So it sounds like we're giving away, what, 3K on today's stream? Thereabouts. $200 every hour plus the PS5. Let's go.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out, I know it's not that wasn't that huge of a pot, but Edrit just opened Ace Deuce O from the cutoff, and Abanovich didn't defend his big blind with Queen 9-0. And for those of you at home, like a couple of people mentioned it in the chat, why are we folding Queen 9? You've got Richard sat on 10 bigs, you've got Proudfoot sat on 15, Martin sub 20. If you look at the payouts and just the amount of ICM leverage gets to pressure Abanovich post flop. Abanovich just deciding to not tangle with the chip leader, the guy that can send him home. Makes a ton of sense. The payouts in this one are pretty significant.
Yeah, and again, like you were just saying, obviously the incentive to play tight, because we see Abanovich in the small blind this time, Henry, with King Jack suited. Obviously not even going for the overcall in a hand that's obviously very useful, but like you say, just ICM. It dictates we got to play tight. He's in there with one of those stacks, guys. He's got average chips, 110 mil. There's a couple of shorties in there. He's just gonna sit back for a little while.
Yeah, obviously, Rudolph barreling twice here, by the way, and Hermo just not letting go of the ace king of spades. And I think Christian kind of has to give up after being stationed twice, like blocking spades. Yeah, and Hermo just gonna move into second in chips by stationing the ace king.
90 million pot fresh off the bat.
That's pretty sick. That's a significant shift in the table dynamic, because he's just got everyone on that side of the table covered by a huge margin. Abanovich now going to have to proceed with caution on his button because Hermo covers him in the big. That could be a game-changing pot straight off the bat.
Yeah, massive.
Ace high versus Jack high.
Henry, and if you are watching and you're kind of wondering, you're looking at this going, wow, this is there's quite a few short stacks here. We had a very long bubble last night. We got to the 1.75, 3.5 million level. We never thought we'd get that far. Or certainly I didn't, Henry. I never thought we were going to get that far. So naturally we may see some short stack play at the start of the final, but it always catches up, Henry. These things get deep as players bust out.
Yeah. I mean, what did it take us, Debs? Like 2 hours over what we expected it to be, and also bearing in mind that we're already about 30 minutes into this level. So in about 10 minutes or so, it's going to go up to 2 mil, 4 mil. There's going to be sub 300 bigs in play. So yeah, it's going to be a bumpy ride, boys and girls, for 900k.
And Henry, we've got Daniel Dvorak in, so it could be over in an hour. I mean, the guy bulldozed the Mike Sexton Classic final table. It's going to be a little harder to do it on this one, but I wouldn't put it past him.
Wouldn't put him past him either. A couple of playable hands here. DD +1, 10-9 suited. Couple of rejam stacks behind. May decide to just let this one go. Obviously, Endrit on his direct left as well. But also wouldn't be shocked to see him go for the min open here.
Yeah, and Henry, obviously...
Ace Queen.
Ooh. Oh, hello.
Okay. Rudolph.
Wow.
Having none of it.
Proudfoot just has to launch the Ace Queen.
I mean, yeah, this from Rudolph just looks insanely strong versus this lineup,
right?
With Richard on 10 bigs in the big blind, 3-betting from +1 versus +1. Sorry, I mean this looks insanely strong from Christian.
I like it.
Just
I love it.
The spot.
I love it. We're stepping out early. We saw him go for the double barrel, didn't work. Now goes for this move. This one does get through. And yeah, Henry, I was just going to say, obviously, last night we were sweating a little bit. The 25k going on as well. Yet again, 70 entries. Fantastic success. But I can tell you, Daniel Dvorak is second in chips there with 10 left, chasing a 525k payday over there. So he's having potentially a very, very good night, depending on how these two go.
Little 1.4 mil day. We'll take it.
It's possible.
We'll take it. I'm not running well in these super high rollers this year, Dempsey.
You had a little piece of our man Yoni, who was with us last night in commentary. Unfortunately, he didn't make it to the money. I'll tell you that Jason Kuhn is in there on that one. Pascal Francois, Big Stank, Eibinger, Coleman, Amakai, Barry Hutter, Ollie Shemian. It's a 25k. You're going to expect to see these kind of names in there. And I'll give you guys a little update on how that's going on. But obviously, our focus is going to be here in this Millions Online main event.
Did you just say Amakai Bearer? Yeah, is final 10. Shocked.
Yeah.
I need to send you. I'm going to send you a meme. I don't know if you saw it on Twitter, but playing.
Oh, I think I have
25k online. Yeah.
I think maybe I've seen it. Send it to me anyway. We'll have a little look.
I will.
Just to make sure.
I will. Amakai Bearer.
Yeah, guys, the password for the free roll is Twitch Party. You can see at the top of the screen there. Go Reg. I see the tournament filling up. See Mario Wonder asking how many played the tournament. 1,084 entries we had. Bumper filled. And down to the final 9. Serious money on the line for these 9. Rudolph involved again. Flops top pair against Francisco's bottom pair, both with a king kicker.
Yeah, King of Diamonds would be sick. Yeah, sick.
That's the one out for blood, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see a stab here from Francisco. Wants a bit of protection. The ace highs of the world that Christian opens from early position, and yeah, it does go for the quarter pot block on the turn, or turn probe if you will. Rudolph just not slowing down so far on this FT. And listen, you know, I love the aggression, but it could go one or two ways, right, Demps? You either win the lot, you're out in 9th. The style that Christian's been approaching this FT with so far. I think it's going to make it pretty exciting, because he's just been taking every spot he can. And blinds going up, my man. Oh boy.
Blinds are up, you're right. 2 mil, 4 mil. Straight into it. No short stacks. Mullen sub 10 bigs. Martin with 15 bigs. Jonathan with 15 bigs. They're going to be it's a bit of a buzz, the old sort of just grin and rip scenarios, but here we go. Endrit popping it up under the gun. The chip leader, proud for ace queen. This time he gets to play it, but Henry, weird spot for Hermo behind 2 10s. Does he just call this? And okay, he's going to, well, quite big, not even a click, Henry, quite a big raise, another 40 on top.
Yeah, it's a big click. I'm surprised to kind of just not see him click it or flat and then let Endrit get out of the way.
Yeah, the middle ground seems very odd.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I know Endrit's chip leader, but he has opened from UTG.
There we go.
Well,
Jonathan Proudfoot.
Top low.
He bricks. Hermo sends him to the rail and gets up to, well, near the chip lead, Henry. He's had a fantastic start. Those 2 pots. Check called twice with ace high. Wins this flip with 10, sending Johnny Proudfoot out of the door, picking up 72,000. Now guaranteed 91k for the remaining 8. Action is fast here.
Yeah, just one more bust out away from that 6-figure score. Very stable ladders. 91k, 115, 146, 190, and then it just gets pretty insane. Dempsey 276, 422. 614 for runner-up, and then just shy of 900k for first. A couple people in the chat we saw yesterday. Ribotic saying, great free roll. Gonna sell the PS5 next day. What? You mad, man? If you win it, hit me up. Might be able to sort something out.
Yeah, you gotta keep it. It's fun.
In the top right, Twitch party. I know you boys and girls are eager to get involved in that one. No bounty on Dempsey's head this time. Just a PS5 up for grabs.
Yeah. I see a question. What time we got Chris? Chris is going to join us pretty soon, guys. So hold on tight for that. She won't be too far away. And yeah, I see Hurricane Higgins bring up an amazing, well, a fold Dimitri made last night that I'm still perplexed about, Henry. I think I woke up about 6 in the morning with that fold itch in my mind of the 2 jacks, but we just have to assume it was a mistake. I mean, it can't be anything else. But hey, he's still here. Might have been out if he hadn't folded.
Debsy, you're dreaming about doing commentary.
I think I woke up in a cold sweat at the thought of folding the 2 jacks. But Rudolph flopped a raw draw. The pair was good, but now Francisco has made a straight on that river. That's right, asking the name of the free roll. The name of the free roll is Win a PS5 free roll. It's not cryptic, this one. Have a little look. It's the restricted tab on party. You can search for the tournament, I believe, so just type in PS5. It should come up. Click reg. It doesn't go off for a couple of hours yet. Going off at 10 PM UK time. Get in the mix. All right, here we go. Endrit having a stab, Henry. Herm's about to be chip leader.
Yeah, not surprised to see this from Endrit. Definitely has the most 9x out of all the ranges. And just snapped off by Francisco. That really evens things out at the top. Obviously, Richard Mullen's still short. Martin's still short.
Yeah, the rest of them. That group, Henry, between 100 and 150 includes, what, 4 players? Endrit's still over 200, but Hermo is now the chip leader. Didn't look likely.
And what a spin.
Last night. Yeah.
Yeah. Insane spin. Spicer Poker say, I'm going to sell it and bid for a signed Dempsey shirt on eBay. I might have to start selling signed Dempsey shirts on eBay. Got a lot of fans, mate. A lot of fans. What about Dempsey socks, boys and girls? So we go for Dempsey socks as well, or just the stream shirts? You could start flogging.
You could auction them off post-stream.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Good nice little sideline.
Wouldn't be surprised.
It's about time I got paid the money I'm deserved, Henry.
That's it, mate. That's it. I mean, Rudolph's
Sell the merch.
I mean, this is just
wow.
This is just insane stuff from Rudolph. He is.
Wow, Henry.
He's out there.
What? I mean, wow. That was 30 bigs with a hand that plays really well to call in position with. He's just, like you said, Henry. He's like, right. He's like, he's with me. ICM's a myth. I've got them all convinced ICM exists. I'm just going to go absolute hard as on them all.
Yeah, that was like a Jonathan Van Fleet super high roller FT bubble play by Christian Rudolph there.
I'm not. Now, Henry, obviously, we do know that people seem to love this kind of move with a hand like that, right? The king blocker is actually really quite useful. It's not like it's a sort of any 2 half decent suited cards. So there is some method to having the king in there. But wow, ballsy, Henry, with this much money on the line. Like you say, you've got Richard with what, 6 blinds, 7 blinds.
Just
Endrit's
obviously, I know Rudolph's online OG. I'm just curious to see if I can find anything on Hendrit. Oh, mind you, he's German, so it might be blocked.
They do like to hide.
Might be blocked. Yeah, I think it's blocked. That's a shame. But yeah, I mean, one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced player at this table, barred for us. And when there is this much money up top, yeah, he's really going to be going after these spots, and it makes a ton of sense. The King 4, King 7 suited, the new hammer, as Vanks is saying in the chat, used to be King 9. It's a 30 big blind rejam. Blind versus blind.
Anyway, there's a lot of punishment going on here. We see straight away, obviously, Endrit with a very good hand to do this with. Francisco opening up, Endrit taking the spot, 3-betting the King Queen. But man, there's no. This is playing very different to how it was playing late last night. Everyone's just taking spots. Yeah, love it.
I mean, ICM leverage, right? Pretty sick. And then Shirley in the chat saying Rudolph came second against Adamo. I think I remember that one. Shelley, is that the one where, well, firstly, hi and welcome to the stream. And secondly, was that the one where they just didn't care about the bracelet and they just flipped all in for like 3-4 hands?
Well, it was I'll have a look now. Adama won the 25k high roller bracelet event for 848,000. An unknown German player came second for 524,000 euros. So,
it was them. I caught the action on that one, mate. I was there. I was there for it.
All right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like 6 doubles. But then I'm fairly sure they just like. I remember Adamo just not caring. Like they're all in for the bracelet for like the 6th hand in a row, and he's just there on his phone. He's just like, yeah, whatever I call, I'm all in. That's just pretty great. Yeah. I mean, Adamo's had the most insane year.
Yeah, Chef Brad joining us. Good evening to yourself. Thanks for the hellos. Yes, we've lost Jonathan Proudfoot already. His ace queen falling to Hermo's 2 10s.
Yeah, another insane run from Proudfoot.
Yeah.
And one of the OG UK regs.
Hermo going for it. Got the 7. Peeled from the big blind.
Yeah, great hand for it. Queen high, not going to be good at showdown a lot of the time, especially when Dvorak checks two streets. Wow, what
Dvorak with the 7. Wow.
What?
With a 7 says, this is, guys, I mean, there's some stuff going down here tonight. This is very different to last night. It was all cages, anything. They've all come in pumped, Henry.
Where's Chrissy B? Let's Chrissy, stop having lunch or whatever it is that you're doing and get in here and explain this nonsense that's going on right now. What a boss call from Daniel Dvorak. Basically levels himself with Hermo and Hendrik Getchi retaking the chip lead by what, 5 big blinds, 6 big blinds. This is pretty insane. You look at the how top heavy the payouts are for this one. And also, I mean, how good does that feel for morale as well? 8 left, you table the ace high, it's good. You just look around the table and you just give everyone that nod. You know, just like the little shake of the head. You don't need to say anything. They already know. They already know you just wrecked Hermo. And you've sent a very clear message on what you're capable of. That's what Dvorak just did with that call. I respect it.
I love it. I love it. Guys, click that link in the chat. Nightbot's giving you all the info. We give out 10 $22 tickets per week to people who filled out that survey. But, Henry, that's pittance to what we're giving away tonight on stream. We got the PS5 free roll, but we're going to give away 10 tickets every hour. And if you're watching, those are $10, $11 tickets every hour. But if you're watching and you join in and you type in the chat and say, hey, I won, we're going to throw a $22 ticket on top.
Oh,
so
wow. Sorry, Debs. Richard Mullen just managing to find the double. Go for the stop and go from the big. Flopping a gut shot and Abanovic down to 20. Go on, mate. Sorry. Just saw the all-in going on.
No, you're in order. You're in order, my man. You're in order. Yeah, just saying, $11 tickets. 10 of them every hour. If you're watching, we're going to throw a $22 ticket on top of your $11 ticket. So do stay tuned in. We're going to do those draws every hour. So when we come back from each break, we will reveal the winners. All you have to do, though, is be following the channel. It's no good being watching. You guys have to click follow. If you're not following, you ain't in. Click follow.
Oh, man. They're not giving up on the signed shirts, mate. They're not doing it.
Spicer Poker, man. You guys had me legitimately in stitches last night. I was losing it a little bit, Henry. They had me going. Yeah. Hermo back on the horse. Peels ace 8 suited to Dvorak is open and flops nut flush draw on this king 3 deuce. Dvorak with jack of hearts, Henry, and having opened there, we could see this start to develop. He's going to want to avoid the 9 or 10 of hearts on the turn, I would suggest. Francisco, pardon me. The green of his cards melted into the felt there for me, Henry. I didn't even see Francisco's in here with top pair.
Could be a spicy one. Go to the turn, 60
yeah.
mil in the middle.
Well, here's a gutter for Dvoris.
Why do I feel like Dvoris is going to find a way to win this, mate?
Well, I was thinking like the 9 or 10 of hearts would seal his fate because he would go blasting off. That's before I saw Francisco, and three-handed it's going to change things somewhat. But hey, he does get to put a lot of pressure on, right? Because home in the middle,
we block King Queen, King Jack. You know, look at our suits. Just look at this. We're just barreling. We block King Queen of Spades, King Jack of Hearts. We're all in dealer.
Hermo,
see, Francisco's going to fold now. Yeah, Francisco's going to fold. 147 in the middle. SPR less than 1 going to the river. Non-heart. We have a new chip leader. His name's Daniel Dvoris. Unless Francisco just somehow stations here with King 5.
Wow. Queen on the river, Henry. Dvoris now with the best hand.
Oh, man. This is absolutely insane.
Henry, there's like 14% of the chips in the whole tournament are in this pot. That's how sizable these hands are. Now, does home find it, Henry?
No. Not on that run out.
Wow.
Not with ace 8 of hearts. Maybe ace 10, ace jack of hearts, but ace 8 of hearts, we're just, we're fuming. We're absolutely fuming, and that's bad news for Christian Rudolph and Hendrik Getchi, because DD's going to be going after them pretty relentlessly now. But he's got the aces. I think Martin just gets out the way here.
Yeah, but Francisco 10-9 suited in the small. Oh, Martin's rifled it, Henry. He's rifled it. He said, you know what, I've seen enough. These guys are slinging it back and forward against each other. I need to get involved. They're all at it all the time. Timing a little off. But he's got live ones, and he's flopped the royal flush draw, but it fills up on the turn. He set that out, Henry. We could have seen the aces fall versus the royal flush. I say out.
I almost said dead on the turn, and then realised that actually 10 of diamonds corner pocket would be a royal flush, but no dice. Down to 7. Everyone guaranteed 6 figures. MC.
Oh baby. Oh baby. The 6 figures, Henners.
6-figure club.
Figures.
Three months into the year. That's a good start to the year, right? Just final table the online millions.
It took me till March to get my 6-figure payday, you know. Struggled on by.
Yeah. It's just all downhill from here, right? All downhill from here. Chef Bradford say, wow, nice hand, Hendrik. What a player. Hey, listen, mate. He got dealt aces. All right, don't big him up too much. Don't big the man up too much. I might have to start doing some Hendrik impressions on stream. See if he...
right now, Henry, your impression of Hendrik is just this. He's just the man pulling in the chips. That's the impression he needs to be doing. He's reclaimed the chip lead and extended it from where he started the day with, 240 million-ish. So he's slightly ahead of that. But as you say, more importantly, 2 players are out. Even as a chip leader, you love the little ladder ups, because we've seen it a million times. And we've seen the chip leader with 7 left come 7th. It happens. Even as a chip leader, you're loving the ladder ups.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Kimok just pointing out in the chat, everyone's guaranteed 115k. There's 7 players left, boys and girls. The difference between 7th and 1st is 730,000 USD. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Ooh,
and these boys going at it. Getchi versus Rudolph. 10-10 deuce.
Absurd.
I mean, it's just next level poker being played by both. Hendrik backdoor diamonds. Gets the barrel on a decent amount of turns. Rudolph shouldn't have too many 10x that are opening off that stack depth. Hendrik has pretty much all of them. Bar, well, actually no, I mean even ace 10 suited. And Christian.
And Henry, Francisco's sitting there going, I know they're both bluffing. He's mucked the 10 deuce. Sees a check raise. He's like, hang on a second. Like, this does not add up.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Debs, we might have an all in here.
given what we've seen so far, Henry, we're going to see an open somewhere, right? Either from Dvoris, Endrick's going to 3-bet, and then Rudolph in the big blind with ace 10-0. I mean, he's been going hard, Henry. It's not surprising. It wouldn't be surprising to see this go in.
If Endrick holds here, he's going to have 40% of the chips in play with 6 left. I don't see the way Christian Rudolph's been approaching this FT up until now, the money not going in pre. Especially when it's Daniel Dvoris opening button and Endrick Getchi 3-betting.
Right, and Henry, Dvoris is going to muck an ace, Herm's going to muck an ace, or has mucked an ace. This is...
yeah.
I mean, again, maybe he doesn't jam. Maybe he just, for whatever reason, doesn't jam. But what we've seen so far, I'd be surprised.
Candidates, right? It's the best 4-bet bluff candidate in the deck, or one of the best.
Yeah, ace jack, ace 10, they're the ones you'd like to have.
It's big.
Oh, he's let it go, Henry. There. He's let it go.
Yeah, it's big.
The Messiah asking, how come we can't see the last name of some of these players? Purely the space available, guys. If your name's short enough, like Endrick Getchi or Daniel Dvoris, it can fit in there. Richard Mullinan sneaks in, but if the name's too long, we just can't put it in. Simple as that. No other mystery. Everyone can obviously see in the lobby their full names, as it were.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
Wow. Rudolph now with the queens in the small blind. Herm opening up 3s from under the gun. Henry, I'm not sure I'll be opening these 3s on this table. Endrick on the button, Dvoris in the cutoff. I might just slide those 2 into the muck and say, no thank you, dealer.
It reminds me of, what's his name? Middy's story that I was telling you about from WSOP. Like, whenever I see, like, 3s or deuces open from under the gun, it just reminds me of Middy in a 10-handed WSOP tournament, just saying, you open deuces from under the gun versus this lineup of wizards? Just how disrespectful. I mean, look at the players behind.
Tries to rip it for 28 from the small.
Yeah, Hermo maybe just the nerves, bit of impatience, was chip leading for a brief moment, lost a couple of pots. Can certainly come into play. Obviously, Daniel Dvoris rivering that queen versus Hermo's nut flush for a huge pot. All of these things are going to factor in. He hasn't had a break yet. We've still got 40 minutes before we head into our first break. So all of these things just kind of adding up and taking their toll, especially if you haven't been in this situation before. It's easy to think that everything's working against you when you do lose pots like that. Whereas someone like Daniel Dvoris, like Rudolph, like Dmitry Abanovich that have been here before, they're going to be able to stay composed in those situations.
Yeah, for sure. It's huge, Henry, that experience that, you're playing. Each decision we're making here is for tens of thousands. The smallest decisions are worth tens of thousands. The biggest decisions are 6-figure sums. So just having that experience worth a lot. Abanovich, 19 blinds on the button. King Jack. What we're going to see here, Henry, with Mullen short in the big blind.
Yeah, Min seems absolutely fine. No need to kind of effectively jam against Mullen's stack, right? Because if we get snapped off by Hermo, we're out in 7th, and we're allowed to have some raise folds off of this stack depth. So if Hermo does go after us, he goes after us. It's whatever. We just get out of the way. Mullen with fist bump, high five the dealer, call your flatmates over. We're all in ace 9 suited from the big versus the button open. I think he's doing the Instagram live story, Debsy, right now. He's like, boys, biggest spot of my life. I'm all in.
Yeah. Oh. And a flat from the big blind. I mean, it's nice to have some ace-x Henry when we do flat from the big blind, but I would have thought this hand would be plenty strong enough to rip. But again, what we're just saying, man, this is life-changing sums. Richard Mullen, obviously around the Canadian and US circuit, but certainly, as far as I'm aware, facing down will be his biggest score. Best live cash over 100k, but I don't know how he stacks up in terms of online results. So I'm going to assume I'll be playing for his biggest one with this massive prize pool in play.
Yeah. There's not many tournaments per year that offer this type of money up top. Check jab.
Ivanovic with the bet fold
on the plot. Yeah.
It's not as easy as it looks, Henry, because I mean we expect Richard Mullen to jam a lot of ace-x from the big blind. So when he does check raise that ace-jack for all spades, you're kind of thinking, well, hang on, he doesn't have too much ace-x here. Wasn't as easy as Dmitry Ivanovic made that look. Yeah, guys, I see some of you asking about the free roll. It's over on Party Poker, of course. The password's at the top of your screen there, Twitch Party. Winner PS5. There's $400 in prizes, in cash prizes given out as well. But more importantly, in my opinion, we have all our giveaways this evening. 10 tickets given out every hour, $11 a piece. You have to press follow this channel. We're giving away to channel followers. If you do win and you're watching with us this evening, then we're going to give you a bonus $22 ticket on top of your $11 ticket. So definitely worth sticking with us this evening. As if the action on the table wasn't enough, there's a very good chance of getting some free money, Henry.
Some free moolah. I love the chat, by the way. The last couple of days, as Debsy kind of pointed out from last night, it's been really fun. The interaction's been just through the roof. Lucino said, hi guys, just signed up to chat with you. Been watching on the YouTube the whole way with you. Great coverage. Appreciate you obviously joining us on Twitch as well, man. And as Dempsey said, a lot of prizes for the Twitch viewers going to be rolled out today. But obviously not just you, Lee, everyone.
Yeah, I'm glad you've made that distinction, Henry. Of course, I'm talking Twitch channel. So if you are watching us on another platform, please come over to Twitch, open an account. It's free. Click follow. Henry, thanks for pointing that out, because don't want you guys missing out if you're watching on another platform. But yeah, please head over. And of course, you will need that real money Party Poker account, and you need to live in a jurisdiction where you can play real money on Party Poker. But if all those things are true for you, which I know is the most of you, click follow and you're automatically entered in the draw every hour this evening. So the longer the final table goes on, guys, the more chance you all have of winning some money.
Queens again. Like, Queens have been dealt 5 times. I saw someone just mention it when it was dealt for the 4th time. I believe this is the 5th time we've been dealt Queens so far on the table. Soup saying, gotta love the chat pros. Hey, listen, we loved the chat pros last night. For those of you that weren't aware, James Dempsey was James Bond's stunt double in, was it Casino Royale or Skyfall?
I've done a few of them, mate.
I can't remember.
I've done a few of them, I get about.
That was obviously out in Sochi, I believe. You were there for that, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. And you may have seen Johnny around on other screens. Sorry, James, not Johnny. James has been on the screen and in other walks of life. He's crushing it.
Crime Watch.
Crushing it.
I see a question there of all sorts of stuff. No, if you win a ticket on Twitch, we're going to read out the winners, and then what I'll need is for you guys to contact, obviously, the you have to message or whisper the Party Poker TV account Colette on there. Should be taking down all the names who do whisper who win tickets, and then you'll get your additional $22 ticket. That's how we're going to know. Is this real money? It most certainly is. It's monstrous money. We're playing for 892k millions online main event final table. D Turner asking how a winner selected. That's a great question. I don't know. It's above my pay grade, Henry. If I knew how they were selected, let me tell you, a lot of my friends would be winning. Let's just put it like that. I'm corruptible. There's no way they trust me with this sort of stuff. Henry's very trustworthy. Henry
definitely have
Henry would be above
come
reproach.
Here. But definitely been people in the Twitch chat before that you've paid off to say nice things about you, mate. 100%.
I see Rebatak asking who to whisper to. It'll be whispered to Party Poker TV, but we'll get to that down the line after I do the draws. Don't worry about it just yet.
Interesting one with the ace.
Rudolph. Yeah.
Suits are pretty important here. I mean, yeah. No diamond in our hand would just make it a pretty nonsense double barrel. Block makes sense. We never have ace queen. Dvoris does. Dvoris has all the nut flushes. We don't have any bar. Ace 5, ace 3, ace deuce of diamonds. Block makes sense. Quick fold from Dvoris. So just looking around the table, Dempsey, I mean, Dimitri, Richard, and Francisco kind of all in a ICM cage, especially Richard and Francisco, due to Dimitri being on sub 15. He has got the 10s. Try and double up.
I misread Christian's hand there for a second. I thought that was ace-7. I thought we were going, but it was 4-7. Wow, I'm not with it just yet, Henry. They got me last night with the extended play. Messiah says, Daniel Dvoris for the win. There'll be a few Dvoris fans in the mix. You know, Henry's rooting on his boy Endrit. He's the current chip leader with just under a third of the chips in play. But Mullen is going to get something going. One of the two short stacks. He and Ivanovic looking for some help from the deck. Ace-Jack clubs certainly fits into that category.
Top 3. If he gets into the top 3, I'm gonna crack out the Endrit impressions.
Wow.
5 on string.
Henry Dvoris going for it, targeting the under the gun, the attempted sneak through.
Yeah, this is it's pretty cheeky, right? It's just like, listen, mate, Ivanovic is tied with you. Yeah. Do you want to go home in 7th? Don't think so. Pay jumps between 7th and 6th. Worth mentioning.
Henry, again, I might be seeing that. It might be because I'm seeing the cards and stuff, but I'm just looking at this going, Daniel Dvoris, have a word with yourself, mate. I genuinely would be just like, if you got it, you got it, mate. You do this too often. I'm all in with the ace-Jack suited. He does peel. And Dvoris, his backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. There's a little bit of this.
I'm always continuing range on this board, small and wide. Quarter pot, third pot. In fact, third's probably too big. Could even just bet like 1.5 big blinds.
Yeah, he's gone quarter and gets the job done.
Yeah, Dvoris has been piecing up this FT so far, picking his spots really well, and separated the gap between the rest of the pack, and obviously closing in on Endrit. I mean, look at the drop off between Endrit, Dvoris, and then third in chips, Christian Rudolph. I mean, Daniel and Endrit have what, 60% of the chips in play between them both. 7 left.
Yeah, near enough. Yeah, interesting that the one thing obviously going for Rudolph though is that seat position, Henry. He's just downwind of those two big stacks, and they're the two who are most likely to get aggressive with him. All right, Henry, and I'm hearing rumours. That Chrissy B is in the building. We're getting her close. She just rocked up.
About to say.
She's getting ready. She'll be joining us momentarily. Just
Hermo's. I'm loving Hermo, man. Like, he just went on the spin, final table bubble. It's like 900 bags up top, Jack 9 of diamonds. I'm in. I want to see a flop top pair.
Yeah, gets a piece of it. I see a question in the chat about the rebuy in the free roll. Yeah, it's just like last week for those of you who played the Ike Haxton free roll, I believe. Yeah, you can rebuy for $1. So your first one's free, but it is potentially going to cost you more if you wish. But you don't have to rebuy. It is a free roll, but there is the option to. I mean, last week, Henry, I rebought $2 in and cash for 16 cents. It's bad times.
I mean, biggest cash of the year, right?
Yeah, it might be actually. You might be right. No, I think I put some sessions in January. Actually, thinking about it, I think I maybe cashed something.
Is Forrest going to fold here? 15? Yeah, it's 15.
Yeah.
15 and a half.
Especially, he knows Dimitri's very ICM aware.
I wonder if... Do we ever get to trap here with Richard? And oh, no. I don't think we ever trap
he's not,
when it's
he's not peeling with any hands, is he? He's not... Yeah, he just folds too many hands, I think. But I don't think we make sense to have any sort of any peels or 15 here, really, that I can think of.
I think we are meant to have some flats off 15 though, which is what I'm saying. Is Queen's like the candidate to balance it out because of the potential rejams? Believe, Dempsey, if I'm not mistaken, Chrissy B can actually jump in and just tell us if we're right or wrong about that. Right now,
all right, well, let's get straight into it.
In the wings.
We're going to throw Chrissy into the deep end. Chrissy, all right, how's it going?
Hi, good. How are you guys?
We're all good. We're all good.
Very well, thank you. Very well.
Awesome. So wait, what was the question? I'm curious. We were talking about what to flat, what to 3-bet there with.
Right. What hands would Dimitri
just wondering
flatting?
Yeah, I feel like queens might be. I might prefer to flat aces or kings than queens, just because they're a little bit more vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I think that we'd be wanting to. And I can't see exactly the stack sizes, but sorry, I'm just getting myself familiarized with the situation here. But I think I like it as a 3-bet better.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just curious because Richard was in the small blind with 12.5. But yeah, obviously flatting aces and kings makes a lot more sense. I think queen's just too vulnerable, especially with obviously the ICM implications in play already.
Exactly. Yeah, denying equity sometimes in tournaments is just so huge, and winning chips when you can just take it down, especially in a spot like this, it's you're happy to preserve your stack or build, and yeah,
especially with the pace at which we've seen these guys playing at already. I think if you were one of the short stacks on this table and you've seen Christian Rudolph just rifle it a number of times, Endrit and Daniel Dvoris both happy to go to war, you're thinking, you're not even looking at the other short stacks for potential ladder ups. You can see one of these bigger stacks potentially busting. So as Kristen says, kind of like equity denying and just potentially taking a back seat and watching the fireworks has even more value tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
I apologize. I'm just laughing at Twitch chat again. So they never leave me alone, do they? Debs, never leave me alone. Whenever Chrissy, whenever you come in, apparently I blush. I start to. There's all sorts going on. Chat. Give me a break.
Funny.
Give me a day off. So Chrissy, obviously you did a giveaway. You fired a bullet. You mentioned before we went live earlier on, we were chatting, that you would rather be at the table than in the commentary booth, but you did your part for this Millions Online, obviously.
Yeah, probably a few bullets. I did cash. I went out in a really, I think in Poker News they said a really cruel fashion, and I would agree. So I lost a 12 million chip pot on day 2, whatever, doesn't matter. I won't tell a bad beat story. But I have to say it hurt, which is kind of funny because, in the absence of live poker and big tournament spots, I kind of forgot, the pain of having like $1 million up top in an event. And it hurt. I felt sad all day.
Listen, you're in a safe environment. If you want to tell a bad beat story, you could tell a bad beat story on stream. I'm fairly sure everyone wouldn't mind listening to. Although there is a rule that Dempsey and I have kind of implemented over the last 2 years is that no bad beat stories in the chat, but there's nothing about bad beat stories in the commentary booth. So, you know,
I can come in and say, I just had middle set versus top pair, and we got all in, and for a massive pot, I think top 20 in chips or something, versus Socia. I don't know how she ended up doing, but yeah, it was a huge pot, and she went runner straight. And it was sad. You know, it's one of those hands where you're all the emotions. You know, I bet kind of a bigger size on the flop, and she check raised, and I shove, and it's like a massive pot. I see her hand, I'm like, oh, I'm in great shape. And then she gets, you know, the turn that gives her open-ended, and I'm like, oh my God. And then sure enough, whatever. Anyways, that's my bad beat story. I will not tell anymore. I don't like telling bad beat stories. But yes, I participated in this event. And it was really fun. You were talking about the giveaway that me and Party Poker had done, and that was a lot of fun. And it was really cool to, for anyone who doesn't know, basically what we asked was that everybody, or if you wanted to participate, and we were giving away one main event seat, you would send in a video kind of sharing your poker story about why you think, you know, you deserve a chance at the seat. And yeah, it was super fun just to kind of get to know people, a part of the community, honestly. Sometimes you just, in poker, it's like a lonely world. And I think that, you know, I don't necessarily get to hear the stories of somebody who, you know, I don't know. And, you know, just a lot of people on Twitter. And it was, yeah, just a really fun little contest. And I think that the feedback from it was really good. And obviously the winner of it was super exciting. Yeah, the whole thing was kind of fun. But
how did you go about picking someone from all the videos that you had sent in? Because I watched maybe 10 of them, and every single one that I watched, I was like, shit, I wouldn't want to be in Chrissy's shoes trying to pick a winner out of these 10. And that was only 10 of the 100 that were sent in. So
yeah,
I know you then added some prizes. Yeah.
Yeah, and like you said, every time I'd watch a video, and I'm like, oh my God, I want this person to win. Oh my God, I want this person to win. And ultimately, what I had to do was, you know, we made a list and went through like what are my favorites, and you know, there was maybe like 5 or 6 that were really hard to choose from, and kind of, yeah, you have to pick someone. But what I did do was, because I felt like I didn't want to just give one person a prize, I ended up personally giving, I was actually 4 people like a 530 satellite seat, because I felt like, for example, it's Payday. Did you see his video? It was yeah, I mean, it was awesome. So how do I choose between him and Mary, who's so likable? You know, her story was really great. I think she did a great job with the video in general. And then it comes to a point where it's like, well, what's their poker background? What's their, you know, potential, like, availability to be in a spot like this again, or, you know, their history. And so, for example, it was like with It's Payday, I know that he, you know, has won promotions before, and he's involved and all of that stuff. So I kind of leaned towards Mary, but I also felt like his video was so good that it was hard to, you know, it wouldn't feel fair if he walked away with nothing. So anyways, he ended up getting a $50 seat. And honestly, it was just because I felt exactly what you said, Henry. I was like, oh my God, how do I just pick one person? And I felt so kind of compelled to give some other prizes away. So
I'm glad the poker community didn't let us down for that one as well. Like, because whenever there's giveaways done like that, you kind of think, are people going to show up? Are people going to put in the effort? And like I said, you know, watching a few of those videos, they really did it. It's Payday. You know, mate, if the poker career doesn't work out, at least you've got a bright future as a rapper, you know, so it's one of those ones.
It's crazy.
It sounds to me like Chrissy may have put the most work in here. Like, everyone's made these videos, but she didn't mess around here. It wasn't like, yeah, that one tickles me, have the seat. This is like, there was a whole process. I'm picturing a spreadsheet, maybe a wall chart, all sorts going on.
There was a spreadsheet, not gonna lie. It was tough. Yeah, it was fun. But you're right. It was really cool to see that people definitely put a lot of effort into it. And even right away, somebody did a video within like 10 minutes of me posting it. It was actually pretty good. It wasn't like he just threw together something, and it was like, whatever, who cares? It was actually pretty clever. So yeah, it was fun to see.
Nice.
That's why I said rip game coverage. Calm down. Just introducing Chrissy. We'll jump into some
keeping an eye, guys.
Sorry.
There's been a lot of raise and take. There's been we had an open and a 3-bet jam from Ace King. There's been nothing out of line for about 4 hands in a row now, which is pretty unlike this final table up until now, where action has been fast and furious. I also see Horrified asking, we're dropping tickets soon. We're going to throw those tickets out on the hour every hour. Again, if you are just joining us, click follow. If you follow us on Twitch, then at the top of every hour, you're in a chance win one of those $11 tickets to the Daily Legends event. And if you happen to be watching with us tonight, then I'm going to give you a bonus $22 ticket on top. Here is Dvoris. Then let's get back to some poker, shall we? Then come on, then. The fans want the poker. We got the Deuce 3 off versus the King 9 off. The big clash.
The classic blind versus blind.
Chrissy, this could be a race still from Endrit, right? With such a poor hand in the big blind with the chip lead.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we see that a lot. People deciding to raise like the kind of absolute trash hands that don't play that well pro post flop, especially when you haven't showed any strength anyway. I think that it's pretty interesting to see how effective it can be to raise those limps. And then, even in this spot, it's like if he had raised pre-flop and let's just say Daniel calls, this flop, let's just say the flop was ace, jack or something like that. All of a sudden he gets to, represent an ace or represent, big pairs, things like that. Right. And puts Daniel in this spot where if he doesn't hit the flop, he kind of has to check folds potentially. And then all of a sudden, not only have you won the pot, but you've also won, a bigger pot because you've inflated the pot pre-flop. So of course you can't go crazy doing stuff like that. But yeah, it is
right, and it's
definitely
and I guess, Chrissy, they're playing 60 effective as well, so I guess he has to be a little bit more careful, right? Because Daniel Dvoris is still going to continue with a lot of hands. It's not like if he's limping off, say, 30 that you get to really punish.
Absolutely. And I would guess at this point, too, in the tournament, it's, again, about finding that balance of putting the pressure on in right spots, and does he really want to inflate, potentially a pot that could really cripple his position versus Daniel, whereas maybe he'd rather put more pressure on, Christian or, the other stacks that are kind of like mid in that other range, versus, trying to, I don't want to necessarily be greedy, but you just have to be a little bit more cautious, right? Versus the guy in second chips. Then he has to be versus, say the guy who's fourth or last in chips, who's going to be, playing for their tournament life. It's a little bit of a different situation and knowing where to apply that pressure.
What do we think there? That last hand, Chrissy, Richard Mullen in the hijack has 12 blinds, had ace 9 and just let it go. Is the shortest stack just, again, we're just hoping for ladder ups?
I guess that's what he's doing. Certainly at that spot, you want to, play a little bit tighter than Chip EV, I guess. But as you said, he's the shortest stack. He doesn't have, there's not somebody else who's close to him to bust. So I do think that I wouldn't be surprised to see him shove and to see a lot of players shove. I am surprised to see him fold. But I guess, it's a tricky thing of, adjusting in this spot like that. And obviously these pay jumps are huge. And, you see, it's not rare to see that in poker that, some people might overfold in spots like that.
Nah.
But it certainly wouldn't have been a mistake to shove, right?
Yeah, and Christian Henry, we saw him get very busy early on, popping up here with Jack 7 from the small, trying to put some pressure on Dimitri in the big blind. He's got 25 and ace Jack.
Yeah, he's been
we'll
going
just
after it.
Shove.
Yeah. But yeah, Christian's really. I know you missed sort of the first hour or so. He's really been going hard early stages, and there's some pretty out of line 3-bets. We saw a 3-bet rip with King 5 suited blind on blind for 30 bigs. He's definitely one who's he's going hard. He's going for this. He's not too worried about the ladder ups.
That's exciting. Yeah. And he knows in that spot too, small blind versus big blind, because Richard is so short too, like he can put that pressure on Dimitri. Dimitri has that pressure to, if he doesn't have a reasonable hand to play back with, he kind of just has to fold. So I do like his raise with Jack 7.
And Christian popping up button.
Yeah, as you kind of alluded to, Debsy, the first hour or so was pretty crazy. It was kind of like, I don't know, a $3.50 sit and go that has 900k up top. That's how the boys were playing. But the last hour or so, 30 minutes, kind of chilled out a little bit. Dimitri was, sub 15. Francisco was pretty short, and they've managed to chip up a little bit. Hermo seems to have calmed down as well after going from chip leader to like 6th or 5th in chips, and potentially lose some more chips here and be sub 25. I think we have a mandatory call, at least one.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. That's what I was a little surprised to see.
2/3 sizing. I mean, Hermo check called twice early with the ace high against Christian, got it right, and that got him towards the chip lead. And not a card, I guess, either are too wild to see. How am I getting to peel with a lot of heart combos from the big blind? And does Christian ever try and get something out of this on the end?
That's what I was wondering. It looks like he just decided to go one big street and check down. Not the best run out, though, I guess.
Nah. All right, Hendrik, ace king.
Zibist asking the important question. So, where did you guys finish in this tourney? We discussed this yesterday, chat. James Dempsey already won it. He is a god at poker. He's already won it, boys and girls. Everyone else at this table is playing for second.
See, this is an interesting spot with ace king, I actually find, considering the stack distribution at this table. I could definitely see an argument for him just calling versus 3-betting Daniel, but he does just have a 3-bet, which I think is reasonable.
Right. I mean, Daniel's going to be getting, as we know, he doesn't shy away from spots, right? So he's going to be opening a little wider than most.
Yep.
Says, hey, we're deep enough. I'm going to 3-bet this, and if some tough spots come up, we'll deal with them later. Not playing scared. And ace-jack clubs now with Hermo on the button, king-queen offsuit. Hermo's not shy, and the blinds are going up as well. 2.5, 5. Putting a bit more of a squeeze on those short stacks, especially Richard as he drops to 8 bigs.
Are we going to be doing any prop bets on today's stream? Demps? Blinds going up. Maybe some final level prop betting. Final hand prop betting. I don't know, man.
Ooh.
Got to think of something.
Hermo's not minding this flop, Henry. King, queen, king of diamonds.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Peeled on the button. Oh, chat, some of you get me going again. It was a bit mad last night, Henry. They're just reminding me of the £10 rebuy stories. Oh, it got a little bit delirious in here last night, Chrissy. This went on a while, and we kind of lost it a little bit. Myself and Henry lost it. The chat lost it. It was all a bit sideways.
Oh, now I'm curious.
Chrissy,
you have to give me a little
what's
recap.
What's your lowest hand and mob cash, Chrissy? What's the lowest buy-in live comp you've played just for fun? It's got to be like $100 rebuy or something, right? Something
I think
ridiculous.
so. Now I might have to look if that's okay.
I'm looking. I've got it here. I've got Chrissy's smallest cash on the hand of mob? Oh, hang on. You got. All right, there's a grinder. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 7 caches under 1,000. We got a grinder in the house.
Oh, I see it.
Always
When I first started out. Yeah, grinding out it looks like the Turning Stone series. The 200, 300, 500, 200. Yep. 2006. Wow. It's a long time ago.
Chrissy, your smallest cache came in 2017. Your smallest cache.
Oh, really? What was that?
Yeah. A Hyper Turbo Deep Stack $222 event in Panama City. Grinder.
You're kidding me.
The Panama grind. The Panama grind.
Really?
Jesus.
Cash in. You just made the money, snuck in there, cash for 320, threw it on the pile with the millions.
Are you serious? Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Panama is the absolute nuts. The absolute nuts.
Really funny. That was a fun trip. I won a tournament, but there wasn't many entrants. There was 4. But I got a trophy for it and everything. It felt pretty funny.
All right.
They did an error. Did an error with their scheduling, and nobody knew about this one tournament. It was a Win the Button tournament, and it was taking place like away from the tournament room. And anyways, only 4 people showed up because there was another tournament going at the same time. And anyways, I still got a trophy for it and got the win.
GG's.
Henry, this sounds
Chrissy,
to me like this sounds to me like they just had a little sit and go around a table in the restaurant, made their own trophy, and were like, like no one knew what was going on. One of them.
Literally, mate.
Like, come on.
The 4 of them were just like, oh, listen, I want a Panama flag on my Hendon mob. Let's just place a random bowl comp, and then we'll have a trophy. We'll make it official and everything, just so like the GPI don't raise any questions.
Exactly.
Flag hunters.
So what was the answer for you guys? What was the smallest cash?
I'm going to sound really good on stream now.
Yeah, you are. Henry, go on. What's your smallest cash, Henry?
30k.
What? Aw, that's no fun.
That's no
but
fun,
then Chris,
right?
you got to ask him what his biggest cash is on the Hendon mob.
Okay, what's the biggest cash?
975k.
Wow.
Come on.
All right, so.
Oh no, wait, sorry, that's James Dempsey. No, my largest cash is 30k. I apologise. I got.
He's a one flag hero, Chrissy.
That's fair. I'm curious. I knew that this hand. I felt like there might be fireworks, and I'm curious to see what Daniel's going to do, because obviously this is a pretty strong hand for his button opening range in the spot. I wouldn't be surprised if he was called, but again, it's, chips are important here. Yeah, he does call.
Well, he gets the 975 rainbow board.
Personally, I think this is these types of hands. This is kind of the difference, in my opinion, between, let's say, a high stakes player and the mid stakes, is that you're not going to see a high stakes player over folding in these spots nearly as much as, a player who's just like, whatever, I'll let it go. I don't want to get involved. You're not going to see that thought going through Daniel Dvorak's mind, I don't think, from what I know of him. So certainly not surprised to see him call there. He understands, what Endrit's three betting range looks like, and that he's gonna play, post flop quite well against. So.
Yeah, first real clash between these two as well. They've kind of just been respected each other, avoiding each other up until... I mean, this hand isn't disrespectful in any way, shape or form, as Chris already alluded to. DD very aware of what Endrit's 3-bet small blind range looks like, and Endrit gonna try and leverage the ICM situation in play as much as possible, covering Daniel.
Yeah. And it looks like we'll probably just see this hand play pretty straightforward post flop. I don't think Endrit's gonna. I think he's just putting the brakes on now as soon as Daniel calls him, and he, not a good flop for him, not a good board for him at all. The only thing he can hope to do now, I think, is to get worse, or not necessarily worse, but say, ace 10 suited to fold or something like that. And I think it's better just to give up as Endritz. I like his line here.
Yeah, just that warm feeling for Daniel Dvorak is just finds the straight on the end. Gets to put in a little value bet here. Not to get matched. Guys, whilst this hand finishes off, reminder, in 10 minutes, we're going to be doing our first draw of the evening. I'm giving away. I say I'm giving away. It's not coming from my pocket. Party Poker are giving away $10, $11 Daily Legend tickets to you guys watching on Twitch. If you're a Twitch viewer, press follow. If you're not a Twitch viewer, come on over to Twitch, open an account, press follow, because we are going to give those tickets away. And if you're watching with us this evening and you do what I say after the break, then we're going to give you a bonus $22 ticket on top. Because why not? It is Wednesday after all. Got to get through the Wednesday.
Is it Wednesday? Wow.
I think it's Wednesday.
I think
days
it's
are all kind of the
Wednesday.
same at this point.
I mean, it's been that way for 8 years. Harris said, my biggest cash is 40% rake back on Party Poker. I love it, mate. You and I are in the same boat. Grinding the rake back.
Boom.
Cash games, boom. Has to be done. Has to be done.
Yeah. It's not a bad way to live. I did that for a few years.
Oh, the rake back leaderboard grinds are real, especially during lockdown in 2020. Oh, yeah.
It's fun. Yeah.
It's just like, I'm breaking even at this stake, but I am making a lot of money in rake back, Might as well just keep on grinding.
Sure. Wow, I'm pretty surprised to see Dimitri fold there. That's very interesting. And I think, assuming it's because of Richard's stack.
Right.
I wouldn't have been surprised to see him shove. I wouldn't be surprised to see him call, but I am kind of surprised to see him fold. But it might actually be really good.
It kind of indicates what we're seeing with Christian. Obviously, he knows Dimitri's going to be folding a lot of hands, so he just gets to go hard here. We saw him before with the Jack-7 offsuit from the small blind. Obviously, that time didn't work out. This one does.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, hello. We've got Dvorak opening ace, Endrit with Queen Jack of Spades. Assume he's continuing, and then Hermo in the big blind also with Queen Jack suited. We can potentially see some fun develop on this one. As the flop comes King Den Deuce. Wow. All right, here we go. Open ender for two of them.
Yeah, this will be interesting.
1 9 dead, 1 ace dead.
True.
I assume. I mean, does DD just? No, DD can't be c-betting range here, right? Multi-way against Endrit's cut off flat. I mean, Endrit just smashes this board, right?
Mm-hmm. Now I wonder if I don't know how you say their name, I'm sorry. Hermogenes?
You've made a better effort than Dempsey and I. Dempsey and I have just been going with Hermo.
I went Hermo from the off yesterday. I didn't even try. I was like, that name is a lost one on me.
Yeah, this is interesting how Endrit even decided to check back. I think it's a good check back, especially with the backdoor flush draw as well. But I wouldn't have been surprised to see him just take a stab.
That queen's kind of a little anticlimactic now, right? We don't need to see too much happen in this pot.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, mate? 75% on the turn over Bet River. Doesn't do it.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of... I don't know what happened previously. We're saying everyone was going hard, but I can see now that, they're with Richard being as short as he is, there's definitely a lot of ICM pressure that's pretty high right now.
Wow. DD going for a double delayed. So if Endrit calls, does that mean Hermo folds the chop? Assuming that Queen Jack. Yeah.
Yep. I think potentially yes. And I think
does he?
Daniel's
I'm not sure.
I mean, you are getting a pretty good price.
Right, and it's hard for Endrick to really have a king, surely. I wouldn't be surprised if he...
Yeah, I guess given our suits, Endrick only has one combo of King Jack suited, one combo of King Queen.
Oh,
yeah, they're going to chop it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, and I guess it really depends. Do you think if I was in Hermo's shoes, I would be thinking, is Ace Queen a part of, would I assume that Ace Queen is being bet on the flop from either player? And I think that once you can deduct that to say, I'm almost pretty sure that it would be bet, then you can, deduct another combo that potentially beats you, because he could be value betting Ace Queen there on the river. But would we have seen that bet the flop potentially, I think is key. And yeah, and obviously the price he's getting is just so good. I think that had it been a larger size on the river, I wonder if you still would have called or not. Oh, wow.
Hermo just ripping it there on Richard, blind on blind. Richard having a fold, even just 6 behind, and well, it'd be interesting because this looks like this has come around to Richard, isn't it? Jack 5 suited for 6 blinds feels like good enough. Francisco lurking behind with 2 jacks. This is going to be a bad spot if Mullen decides to take it, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna.
Yep. I mean,
That's
I think he should have just folded. Oh, he might. Yeah, this might save him, because now he just has to call. Wow. Or sorry, fold. I thought he looked the button for some reason. Yep.
Yeah. Mullen's going to fold. Francisco rips this in, and Hermo is going to have saved Richard Mullen. And this is one of the weird things in tournament poker, guys, where you can kind of, even if you think it's maybe slightly profitable to raise the button here with whatever hand you've got, actually sometimes if you fold, you engineer a situation where a player gets knocked out and on the final table, that is worth a lot of money. So it is something to consider before you open light on the button. But with that hand, guys, we have reached the first break of the evening. You've got your last chance to click follow in the channel to be with a chance of winning one of those tickets. On the flip side of this break, myself, Henry, and Chrissy B will be back and announcing those winners. So we'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
Oh my. Oh my goodness.
Wow, it comes 10-7-6, the Stone Cold Nuts for Seidel, and top set for Seth Davies. Chan, by the way, is a gut shot and a backdoor nut flush draw.
Davies so under-repped here with 10s, just flatting pre. Recognizes strength immediately for Seidel to be continuing on this sort of texture after being called in 2 spots. He knows that Seidel has either A, connected, or he does have some sort of overpair, potentially a flush draw.
Davies just calls.
Now Seidel wondering, all right, what am I up against? What does Seth Davies have? Is it a hand like 10-9 suited? Could it be as good as a set? Maybe even a flush draw. This is where, once again, we are going to see high-level combat
on the turn.
See Seidel shutting down. All right, terrible card for me if I am up against a flush draw. Flip the script now. Davies wondering, well, did Seidel make a flush? And he's trying to go for it with a check raise. He does have the 10 of diamonds, so he can remove that sort of holding from Seidel's range. Can never have 10x of diamonds making a flush.
Bet is 300K from Davies. Seidel is 935K behind.
Really difficult. Really difficult spot now for Seidel. Really difficult spot now for Seidel.
Reverse the Queen of Spades.
Could we possibly see another set go check here on the river?
A quick check from Seidel.
If Seidel had pocket jacks, that got there. Potentially queens got there. Obviously, we know all flushes got there. What exactly are we trying to extract value from? Even a hand like Ace-King with a diamond, that is now home. Sort of run out could save Seth Davies. Let's see what he decides. You can see there's $1 million in the pot with only 630K behind in Seidel's stack.
All in.
Davies is going to go for it.
And this is absolutely sick. Seidel just doesn't love it, thinking, what am I up against?
Right.
He would never shove two pair, right? I do believe this is at the bottom of Seth Davies' value range here. My goodness, could this work?
Seidel does make the call, and Seidel will double up.
Okay, welcome back everybody. It's the final table of the Millions Online. We're playing for 892k and I'm joined as always by Henry Kilbane and our special guest this evening, Chrissy B. Kristen Bicknell is in the mix as we're down to, what guys, the final 7 and we are just going to jump straight back into the action.
Chrissy B in the mix. I know, Chrissy, that one hurts because in the mix for us normally means we're out there battling. You know,
yeah,
on the
That's
FT.
true.
In the mix on
Yes.
in the commentary booth. I apologize for James's insensitivity there.
That's okay. I'll be back there soon. It's all
Wow,
right.
we'll
But
get you
yes,
back.
certainly my competitiveness hasn't worn down yet. I get that. Oh, and I wonder if we'll see Richard shove here right away after the break.
Yeah, Queen Jack clubs certainly looks like it. And there's a couple of contenders because Christian's on the button with ace-9 suited. I assume that one is going to give him a spin, guys.
Yep.
And just quickly, guys, in the chat, no reason to type live. It's going to get you nowhere. You've all fallen for something. It's fake news. Twitch chat
What is going on? Yeah.
They fell for they've got confused. Someone tricked them. I like it though. I like whoever did it. Whoever got them, well done. But
Fair play,
I'm going to give you the winners of the giveaway in a moment. The draw's been done. I'll explain after this hand because I think we're going to see Richard Mullen at risk as Christian does make the call.
That's brilliant.
Flops the flush draw, 2 overs,
Wow.
bricks out. Yikes. Richard Mullen out in 7th place, guys. Means we're not guaranteed 146k.
Was that too many outs on the flop, I think?
Yeah.
Well, no, turn was definitely too many outs. Gut shot, 2 overs, and a flush draw.
Why does it actually feel like that's a real thing?
Oh, it
when
is.
you have so many outs, what is that? It's confusing.
I refuse to say it anymore. I refuse to believe in it. I think it's self-fulfilling. I get in there, I flop 2 overs on the flush draw. I'm like, boom, I'm definitely hitting this. I'm taking it all the way. Positivity, baby. I'm gonna hit.
I like it. Maybe it's just because we feel like in those spots we should hit 100%, and maybe it's a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, and we remember all the times when it doesn't. It does feel like it's a thing, though. I have to say.
Confirmation bias. Yeah, I guess it's ingrained more on a subconscious or on a conscious level because you realize how many outs you have on the turn, and then you just brick. Whereas when you have 5 outs and you just get there. You're like, oh, okay.
But it's
cool.
like
exactly.
when you get it in with like 9s against Ace King, you're like, well, I'm definitely losing this. When you got 2 overs and a flush draw against a pair, which is like the same equity, you're like, I'm definitely winning this. It's bizarre. Like people, it's the same thing. It's the same thing, guys. Homer popping up on the button, King 5. Francisco's gonna rip this in. So whilst we have a second or two, I am going to read out first batch of winners. There's 10 of you, so I'm going to do it piece by piece. Now, if I read out your Twitch name, whisper to Party Poker TV that you're watching, and we're going to give you an additional $22 ticket. So hopefully that isn't too hard to follow, guys. But the winners of the $11 tickets are Ankit Khan, Lucky Star Down, Tyler Vibes, M London 1991, Zaki 89. That's the first 5 of you. I'll get to the next 5 in a minute, and I'm also going to put those names in the chat because, hey, sometimes I butcher these names. So if you're one of those 5, hang on, I've put them in there, but I'm going to format that a little bit better. There's no way you can read that. If you're one of those 5, whisper Party Poker TV right now, and we'll give you a bonus $22 ticket for your troubles. And the other 5 winners are announced in a minute.
So you're slow rolling the final 5, Dempsey?
You've got to drag this out, you know.
Uncalled for. You're just making the final 5 sweat the river. There's no need for that.
Come on, imagine. Poker should be you get to squeeze the river, you know.
Chat, I tell you what, I'm not going to slow roll you. There's a PS5 up for grabs in the free roll over on Party Poker, starting in the next couple of hours. Password Twitch Party. Get involved. Password in the chat. Whilst Dempsey slow rolls you, Chris, you saying, "Wow, what's going on?" We shocked at this flat from Christian. Or we shocked at Twitch chat?
I was actually thinking about the PlayStation 5. I was thinking, are they still hard to get?
that was my thought as well.
That's cool that someone's gonna get one.
Both players bricking on the turn, by the way. I've got a funny feeling that Rudolph's going to find a way.
I definitely do like his flat with Ace 10 for what it's worth.
Oh, wow. Okay, that was me saying that Christian's going to find a way to win this one, but Homo with the river that gets the job done, and he's kind of, separated himself from Francisco and Urbanovic. Kind of tied 3rd with Rudolph now, with around about 35 bigs apiece.
Yeah, and I see some of you guys in the chat saying you can't whisper to Party Poker TV. I'm sure we're just sorting that out in a moment. I see the likes of Zaki89 in the chat, who was one of our winners. So Zaki, being in the chat, wins an $11 ticket and a $22 ticket. And as I said, there are 5 other winners that. Let's just trust Christian Rudolph doesn't do anything here with Ace 3 offsuit, and I'll try and go through them. So we've got Avad 95, Starry Eyed. There we go. That wasn't too hard to read out. They get me, some of you guys. Rayad 090894, Orestus Cuckoo, and Poker Click. Those 5. Again, I'm going to post those names in the chat. If you're one of these 5, you've just won an $11 ticket. But if you are watching, whisper Party Poker TV. So we know you're watching, and we're going to give you a bonus $22 ticket. Money for nothing. We're doing this every hour, guys. I know a bunch of you have just joined us. So you've missed out the first go, but we're going to do it every single hour. 10 $11 tickets. And then those bonus tickets on top. So if you haven't already opened up a party account or you haven't clicked follow yet on the Twitch channel, please go ahead and do so right now.
And, well, no, this isn't going in. I was going to say it might be going in, but it's just too deep for this to go in pre. Because Christian's obviously never folding the ace-3 suited. Hermo's been a bit sticky pre, actually. Wouldn't be shocked to see a flat from the small, based off what we've seen so far. I'm not a fan of flatting from the small with pocket.
And then I wonder if he does, if Francisco, he does, you were right. I wonder if he'll decide to shove or not with ace-10 suited.
Yeah, I mean, what?
I think if I was in his
35% of our
shoes,
stack dead in the middle already. Almost, actually almost 40%.
yeah, and if he knows Christian's opening range is pretty wide and seems like a pretty good spot to shove.
Yeah.
And he'll probably just take it down, I assume.
Brandon asking, can I whisper Henry for a signed t-shirt? Yep, I will get Debsy to send me his shirt post-stream. Get it signed.
Spice of Poker's got... Spice of Poker's giving me a lot of love. Spice of Poker's got this shirt locked up, let me tell you. If anyone's getting it, it's Spice's.
Wow,
I see some of the other winners in the chat saying having trouble whispering. Yeah, we're on it. I'll get it sorted. We'll figure it out. Wow, yeah.
By the way,
Abanovic. Now this is the spot
where we maybe.
This is where we slow play.
This is where we maybe trap with the aces, right?
He could, but honestly, I almost feel like he's too shallow. I don't know, that it's a little bit face up. Like, what other hands would he actually flat here with, like, Queen Jack suited? I don't know. That you might just want to shove, and you're still going to get calls from a lot of hands anyway. But yeah, certainly, it can never be bad to flat with aces. I just kind of think it's a little face up.
Yeah, this is the hand we came in on, Kristen. This is what I was kind of really curious on, is what kind of hands does Dmitry Ivanovic actually ever peel with? Like, the situation's a little different now. He is the shortest, so he's obviously going to have to get a bit more involved. But at the time, it's like, right, I mean, is he really looking at Queen Jack suited and wanting to play against under the gun with other short stacks around? Exactly. Or does he just go, you know what, I'll wait? So if you don't have as many peels, you don't get to slow play as much. It's just the crux of it.
Exactly. And slow playing sometimes, it's like, even in a spot like that, say Endrick raises with, I don't know, like pocket sixes pre-flop, or pocket, I'm trying to think what he for sure would call his shove with, sevens, eights, something like that. The flop comes out like King, Queen, Jack, and he just check folds. And, if we had just shoved, we just get to kind of get the money in and run it. And sometimes I just think it costs you more. And
yeah.
Guys, this is going to be
jam here, by the way.
Yes.
2 flush draws versus 2 flush draws. Don't really want to induce with the ace king O, right? Yeah, it does just go for the jam.
Wow, Hermo's like,
6 blocks.
I have to press call for 150 mil. Really? Does this just happen to me?
Yeah, this is probably the.
I'm just hoping that Endred has ace queen and not a pair, and I'm happy.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, 2 diamonds on the flop.
Chop.
Your 5%er.
Saw the 2 diamonds, Debs, and I was sweating it. Yeah, so Kristen, I know you've had like good friends that you've railed. Edrit's actually a really good friend of mine as well, so pretty sick spot for him to be in. And
that's awesome.
Yeah, I promise you. Go on.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I've played a lot with him, and I don't. Does he play live? Like, does he go around and play live tournaments or no? I just was wondering where he came from, because I noticed he's been playing a lot online, and I always just wondered, who is this guy?
So I could start doing Edric Hetchy impersonations if he gets to the top 3. He's got one of those UK accents that you either love or hate, depending on whereabouts you are from in the world. How about this for a flop, boys and girls?
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, he seems to play very well. I'm curious, and now I want to hear an impression. What's he saying to himself when he sees this flop?
We got to wait. We got to wait. He's got to get top 3, and then I'll start smashing.
He just flopped the goods, and he's got a straight flush draw. This is good enough for give us a teaser, Henry.
Wow, and he's got Christian betting into him.
Yeah, I mean Christian
Life
with
is good.
the gut shot.
Life's good at the top, guys.
Bowie effect already knows. Been working on my Mank accent for this moment.
Ah, Mank. Okay, all right.
What's Mank? Manchester?
It is. There we go. Like
really?
this is why Chrissy B's tough, guys. She just like a little bit of logical reasoning there. She's like bang straight onto it. Manchester.
The UK is funny.
Said in such a little patronising manner. Oh, the UK's so cute.
It's such a range of different accents.
It is for such a small place. It's quite.
Yes.
Quite bored. Look at this, guys. Christian just going for it, and another diamond on the end.
I wonder if he'll put the brakes on or not. He might think this is my.
Right.
You might have to go for it, right?
This might be a fire card, yeah.
Oh, and now Endrit's thinking.
Does Endrit? Yeah. Does he block here ever? Yeah, he's gone for the third pop.
Oh boy.
Christian's got a 7.
That's interesting. I like it. I like it because I assume his thought process is just that Christian's not going to be value betting very thin. So if he has potentially even the Jack of Diamonds doesn't feel comfortable betting, to make sure he gets value from those hands, and potentially, I guess he might do something silly, but I don't think that's what that bet was for. So I wonder if Endrit then could maybe size up bigger if he's going to decide to leave the river there, if he's not hoping to entice a shove.
Right. I guess it's a two-pronged approach. It's probably with the King of Diamonds, probably just giving him a little rope.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a fun one. And like as Henry said, Christian dodges one. We thought he could have got involved earlier with the Ace-10 offsuit, didn't. There was a chance there that he could have done something, but didn't. Both times would have failed. Yeah, continues to battle here as Dvorak and Endrit both with nearly 300 million in chips with 1.1 billion chips in play. It's them two out in front. And look at this. Endrit just straight away goes after his man again. 3-betting the King 7 suit. Dvorak will be going nowhere.
Yeah, another 3-bet that's not going to get through. That's for sure.
And a 3-bet that could get him in trouble as well. Doesn't want to see a King high board. Doesn't hate the King 7 board though. I mean, there are a couple of King high boards that we like. Forrest has won enough this year already, right? No?
He has. Wow. Oh, well, he might actually get a flop that he gets to win on.
And guys, the whispers are working again. So if you are one of those 10 winners, whisper Party Poker TV, and we will get you that bonus $22 ticket. If you're just joining us, we're doing this every hour, so stay with us as we watch this monstrous final table take place right here on Party Poker. There we go, Endrit. Sales past the 300 million mark.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, I know I mentioned it to you yesterday, Debsy, but Endrit and a couple of buddies of mine are doing this $1 million marathon on YouTube where they're just documenting this year's journey. And as like a collective, they're trying to make $1 million from cash games and MTTs. And they're already up like 100K. So if Endrit ends up winning this, if Endrit wins this, they've completed the $1 million marathon by March. I know Endrit's obviously won like 90% of it, but they would have completed it. And they only just released the second episode today. So I'm going to post that in the chat. I said, you guys, you want to check it out because you got some really young some young creative players putting out content. And I know we've got a lot of content out there already, boys and girls, but I've just got time for anyone that's trying to grow the brand. You know?
That's really cool.
They must be like part of the other guys are like, well, we want him to win, but at the same time, come on, for the YouTube, we need him to lose. We can't end it this quickly.
Well, they'll just have to reevaluate and set the goal bigger. Wow, that's really cool. I'm gonna check that out. I love that kind of stuff. And it's funny how I was speaking about like goals in poker the other day, and just in general of, not to sound too like hippie or whatever, but the law of attraction and just when you put your mind and you put it out there in the universe, how it seems to always kind of, or that you can kind of make it happen, and that makes me wonder sometimes when things like that happen. I don't know.
Yeah, 100%. I know they've been putting in work as well. Mr. Jingle's asking for the link to the podcast. I believe I've already put it in the chat. $1 Million Marathon. Just, bunch of fun guys. Then you get to hear what Edrit's voice sounds like as well. He looks like Phil Galfond and sounds like Wayne Rooney. Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm going to check it out. I love that kind of stuff. And I think that I could see where their motivation to come from. So, we might see some.
Christian with Ace King opening under the gun. Endrit with 2 10s in the big. We're going to see something go down.
Yeah, this is going to be a key pot for Endrit. If he ends up winning this flip, I assume that they're going to get this in pre-flop.
Right.
Yeah, was it 24 bigs?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a key pot for Endrit. It's even more key for Christian.
This is a huge flip.
At risk.
How about flipping for about 200k in equity, boys and girls?
Yeah, these spots are crazy. You go from renting a 5k tournament, maybe you even want a satellite, and then all of a sudden you're in a hand that literally is worth, a couple $100,000.
Big spot here, mate.
Jam before. Going to go for the 3-bet jam again. Christian, the latest player to have to press call with Ace King, misses the flop, and Endrit holds on the river, even improving to 10s full. Christian Rudolph, who was playing hard early on, is the 6th place finisher, picking up 146,000. And Henry, your boy's got nearly half a billy. He's on the way. He's marching.
Wow.
Half a billy. And the sick thing is that he didn't even flinch in that one. Just a sicko. Just like, what a hand. On to the next one. These guys, just emotionless. What about you, Chrissy? When you're grinding online compared to live, are there more emotions involved, or are you just like, I've still got 15 tournaments up on the side?
Yeah, online I'm kind of a robot. I don't really mind. And then recently I made a final table live actually last week, and I was very emotional. I finished 4th and I was extremely disappointed. And it was like, I sat back and thought for a second, wait a second, if I finished 4th in almost any tournament online, it wouldn't give me that feeling. And I don't know what it is about live poker. It was, a 3-day event, and it's just intense. It just feels more real.
Yeah, and I see just a question there in the chat. I happened to look at exactly the same time. So the Messiah 9 asking, what about the 25k tourney? Well, Daniel DeRoyce actually finished 8th there, so he was far and away at both of them, but he has busted out an 8th. There are 5 left. Jason Kuhn, the shortest, Pascal Lefrancois, and Amakai Barrera, the 2 chip leaders. Those 2 names just seem pretty relentless at the moment in the high rollers. And we'll, of course, keep you up to date with what goes on there as Homo finds 2 kings, pops it up. Gets one through. I see Amadei asking about the PS5 free roll. That is coming up in, 37 minutes. Head over to Party Poker. Password is Twitch Party. And they're asking about the PS5. Yeah, it's first prize in the tournament. It's not randomly select or anything, but there are cash prizes for the next 30% of the field, I believe it is. $400 being paid out, so pretty flat, but hey, you get a chance of getting some money for nothing. Maybe give the account a spin up. Henry, how about that? How about we give you a little the famous Henry Corbin spin up to one of the guys who's going to min cash the free roll.
let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, we've got to throw the spin-ups out there every stream, so why not throw it back and give it back to the people that keep you and I company and entertained week in, week out. Although, you know, I do my head in most of the time. We do kind of love you, Twitch chat. You're like that person that gets invited to dinner parties and people are, you know, who invited that guy? Wow, yeah. You know what I'm talking about, boys and girls.
Oh dear. Indeed. And what was I looking at? Someone had a good question. Oh, no, they were saying about Americans can't win anything. Yeah, sorry guys, if you are watching, we're very happy you are watching from jurisdictions where you can't play on Party Poker. Sorry you can't, but hey, you still get to enjoy the action with myself, Henry, and Chrissy as we play this one down to a champion. And Henry says it's one of the biggest events of the year online, Party Poker Millions. We're getting in early, March, before spring has sprung. Someone's going to be 900k better off. Yeah, beef stew. Yeah, maybe Americans can win my shirt. Maybe we'll do that. If you're American, you get to win my shirt, and everyone else just has to win real money.
Oh man, we need to make that happen. By the way, that would be the weirdest giveaway ever. But people seem to want it, so you know, just do a James Dempsey signed shirt. This FT now is just a really interesting spot for Daniel and Hermo. Well, for everyone, to be honest with you, I haven't seen a dynamic like this in a long time. I think since Daniel Dvoris steamrolled the Mike Sexton high roller. That was the last time where we saw a situation where it was like four-handed, five-handed, and someone had around half the chips in play.
Yeah,
curious to see how this one plays out.
For Endrit now.
Yeah, I mean, he just gets to really attack Dvoris and Hermo. Sorry, Chrissy, go on.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say, even the last hand, I don't think it was noted necessarily, but he had opened the 9-5 suited, and Francisco in the big blind folded the Queen 5 suited, which I was kind of surprised to see that he did fold that. But it goes to show you how amazing.
Look at this.
Wow.
What
just happened on the river? I missed it.
Daniel Dvoris went overbet, a big overbet bluff, and he walked it straight into the aces up, and
so
just
now
the one
his
form
chip lead even more.
Right, and he's taken it off Dvoris, which is just the dream scenario for him. You got two guys on 18 blinds, two guys on 30. This is where Endrit now gets to go hard as anything.
Yeah, this is so fun to be in his spot. And seeing that the short stacks are playing actually really, really tight, it's just even more fun. That's crazy. Oh, wow. Well, Daniel might get some chips back here.
The old B200 followed by the Kings versus Ace-Jack, button versus small blind.
Yep, actually this could... Okay, he does a such a raise. This is interesting. So if Daniel 3-bets, now Endrit can just fold.
Gone small.
Yeah. Wow.
It's gone small.
Yeah,
this gets away with
it. This is
ridiculous.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't clock the King Jack at first, so that's really saving because we were going to assume an all-in scenario. Instead, Dvoris gets up to 167 mil. Could have been so much more if that one played out slightly different. Francisco raise folded the King Jack, gets the aces next hand. And Hermo with ace 9 in the big blind. Won't be done with it just yet. And people in the chat asking about deals. Deals are possible on Party. I think there's some money that has to be left for a champion this evening. There may be one, there may not. It depends who's in the mix. You never quite know. It's all so dependent on the situation. But if there is one, we will be informed about it, and I will relay that information to you guys. So do not sweat. Francisco's aces with the ace of spades. Not going to get any more love on this one. I see someone asking about the free roll. It is obviously on Party Poker. You need to make sure you have the restricted tab clicked on the tourney tab, and it'll be in there. If you just easiest way is just to look for the the title PS5 free roll.
This is interesting because he decided to check back, and now he got exactly what he wanted. But will he, with the board being, so vulnerable? I was wondering if he was going to shove the turn or just call.
I mean, if Hermo finds the jam here, it's kind of got the hand for it. Wow. It does go for it.
Yikes.
No club, one spade in our hand.
Francisco is hating life right now.
Great call.
And he decides to call. Wow. Wow, good call.
Good call.
I mean, I guess he was just setting that up. Wow.
Yeah, I like how I sort of... I said Jack 4-5 flop, couple of spades. It's the end of this hand. Next thing you know, Francisco's getting the full double up, allowing Hermo to go for it.
He made way more chips than I would have, that's for sure. I would have bet the flop and that was it.
I'm folding turn.
Dvorak popping up 2 7s under the gun. Will Endrit go for punishment? How much room is he going to allow Dvorak to have? Not a lot. Wow. Ace-8 suited is going to be a 3-bet.
I like it.
And that hand that just played out doesn't really change the dynamic, just switches the stacks around. Hermo and Francisco basically swapping stacks. Endrit's still happy with the situation.
Very curious to see what Daniel's going to do here. This is a tough spot. I mean, he's second in chips, but it's only 30 big blinds, and he has 2 people with those 17 big blind stacks or so. It's
okay. Here we go. Endrit with backdoor hearts, ace high. Dvorak sees a pretty good flop. Jack 4-3.
At what point, Chrissy, do we ever edge fold versus this lineup? Dvorak obviously very experienced. Is the goal to get heads up against Getchi now, and then just take our heads up experience into, a match where we're potentially going to be 3-4 to 1 dog, rather than taking hands like this, 7s out of position against the chip leader? I don't know how I'd be approaching this personally.
Yeah, I think the thing is they are still 5-handed, so it is going to be, there's going to be a substantial amount of play before heads up anyway, and I think that we can't go too extreme and just kind of fold and take every very clear spot. We will have to play a little bit of dicey spots, but I definitely think there is merit to potentially overfolding because of even just laddering up 2 people. If Dimitri or Hermo busts, or 1 is huge. But I think understanding that Endrit, what his range is even going to look like, and I think Daniel has he's very comfortable playing post flop, and he and I think because of that he feels comfortable kind of maneuvering these spots around, and understands that once he does call pre-flop, I don't think Endrit's just going to go insane on certain boards. And it's certainly something to consider, though, and that's kind of what I was thinking of. I think that if we had seen stack sizes be a little bit different, I wouldn't have been surprised if, maybe not for that many chips, but I wouldn't be surprised to sometimes see Daniel shove over a 3-bet. But I think because of those shorter stacks, we're going to see him just flat there a lot more with a hand like that.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. And Dvorak does win a nice pot, back over 200, separates himself a little bit, gets himself over 40 bigs as well, which is going to make everything a little different the way these hands play out.
Yeah, that's the art of playing final tables. It's tricky, and there's so much, the future game to spots is always a big thing, right? Like, you can say, oh, these players are short and they're weak, but it's like all it takes is, Endrit doubles someone up once or doubles 2 people up, and things can change. So it's so hard to predict the future that I think that it can only account for so much of your decision making.
Double gut shot for Endrit, top pair for Dvorak. They go at it again, these 2. the rest interested observers.
Yeah, that should be a fun one. Don't see
Yeah, Daniel's
slowing down on turns either.
Yeah, Endrick's been putting Daniel in some ugly spots. Daniel's been able to kind of come out of them well, but this will be interesting to see if he decides to continue on this card or not.
Ace of diamonds.
I think once he bets that size on the flop and Daniel calls, he's pretty certain that Daniel has at least, I'm trying to think of, some of the worst hands he calls the flop with. Yeah, it's all the pressure.
I think
like it.
Mandatory barrel given our suits as well on the flop, like just in zero interaction with the flop suits, makes a lot of sense to double barrel this particular hand. Just unblocking some of the backdoor flush draw floats from Dvoris, and obviously the turn being an ace. Great card for us to continue.
Yeah, and if the barrel gets it done, gets Dvoris off top, the flop top pair, and extends that lead. Kind of replenishes things as the blinds go up to 3 mil, 6 mil. Ivanovic and Homo both below 15 blinds. Endrit's spot getting even better, and we just saw it there. That was it, right? Dvoris knowing he's potentially facing a river jam, just ICM pressure, kind of always gonna lead more towards folding. Well done, loving this.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the Endrick show now. And I don't know what they're going to do for episode, what'd you say, 2 or 3? But this will be a fun one to add to the show. This is a fun, this could, fingers crossed if it all goes smooth. He is in a great position.
I believe the second episode, like I said, dropped today. So maybe the third episode is just going to be challenge completed, boys.
That's amazing. That's so cool.
I think it's pretty good. You just end the podcast 3 episodes in, like, did it, next.
That's awesome.
$3 mil, $6 mil. Dvoris dealt ace-8 of diamonds in the cutoff. He's going to pop this up, and Ivanovic, King Jack's offsuit, guys. 12 from the small. What are we saying? I mean, my chips are in there.
I'm not sure if mine are.
This is why I'm out 2 days ago.
No, I think that I might be too tight in those spots, honestly.
I mean, I guess, we've got to give some respect that Dvoris isn't going to open super wide with Endrick behind on the button. And we've also seen Homo isn't afraid to play spots. So maybe Ivanovic thinking, well, Dvoris is a little stronger than usual. And Homo...
It's certainly close. I mean, would you be shoving King 10 off there? Or do you think King Jack is bottom?
Yeah, it's weird. King Jack to me just seems like a jam. And when you say King 10, I'm thinking, yeah, probably don't. So... there you go. That's how close it is.
It is close. Yeah.
He's going to go for the ace-9 of diamonds, though, over Endrit's open. Very different situation when Endrit opens versus Dvoris, just given the chips and the seats.
Absolutely.
And, of course, ace-9 of diamonds is a much better hand. Guys, we're doing giveaways every hour. 10 of those $11 Daily Legends tickets given out at the top of each hour. All you have to do to be in with a chance of winning is these 3 simple steps. Follow this channel. That is the Party Poker Twitch channel, in case you're watching elsewhere. Number 2, have a real money Party Poker account. And, well, actually, that's it. I lied. You only need to do 2 things. It's simple as that. Stay tuned. We'll be announcing the winners at the top of the next hour.
Exclamation mark shirt giveaway in the chat. If you want to be involved in the exclusive one-time custom signed pink shirt, it can ship anywhere in the world.
I've got Toe Jam says, do I want to swap a PS5 for the shirt? Yes, there we go. If you win the PS5, I will gladly swap it for the shirt.
Chrissy, how are you approaching this spot in Endrit's shoes when Francisco opens? We're just always keeping hands as strong as King Queen in our flatting range. Oh, okay, right. We don't even get the opportunity to.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a really interesting spot. I think we could call or shove. I think that.
Hand over. I apologize for bringing it up.
No, but I think it's really interesting. I kind of like shove because I think Francisco's going to be raise folding with a lot of ace-x and potentially even some pairs, and I think you're just going to win a lot. And but when we think about what is calling range and how we do versus that, and as you said, keeping strong hands in our flatting range is important too. I think it could go either way. I guess it depends how you want to approach. How do I explain it? If we want to play post flop more, which I think that perhaps Endrick might want to just play post flop in that spot versus Francisco, versus taking the chance that he does just have a hand he's calling off with, and we don't do very well the times that we do get all in. So I think I wouldn't have been surprised to see him call instead of shove. I think that if it was potentially a different player on the button, we might want to shove more.
That makes sense.
But I'm not sure if he's watching the stream. From my information, I think Francisco seems a little bit on the tighter side. I could be wrong, and I'm not sure if he's aware of that too, but I think it's going to play post flop so easily. So certainly don't hate calling. What do you think, actually? I'm curious.
I think, well, firstly, it's a weird one, right, with the ICM. Like, Endrick just gets away with being really aggressive pre because of how tight Francisco does need to be.
Oh, hang on, guys. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just going to stop you there, Henry, because Hermo's ripped in with 2 7s. Dvorak has opened with 2 8s, and he's going to get this. This is the dream. You call it off with the 2 8s. You see the under pair, and he flops an 8. Needs to fade a 6 on the end. He does just that. Hermo out in 5th place for 189,000. Dvorak's back to 300 mil. Everyone guaranteed over $250,000. And I'm going to give a shout out to Dimitri, because we've seen some perhaps snug moves. I was suggesting maybe jam that King Jack, but even yesterday as well, he's played very tight and has laddered up to $250,000 plus payout today. So it really does go to show, and I state at every final table, we see it, someone does it. There's just a lot of money to be made in folding on final tables, guys. I jest and I always say ICM's fake. It's fake news. It's a hoax and all this. But in reality, every final table, someone's proven me wrong.
That's fair.
ICM's
That's how
fake,
I used
boys.
to feel. I used to feel like I'm supposed to fold ace king here. No way. I don't believe this ICM stuff. But then as I've played more, I realized, okay, this is real. Sometimes you just have to fold.
There are spots where your calling range is queens plus, right? There are going to be spots where it's just ridiculous like that. Chat, don't worry. Debsy and I are keeping an eye on what you guys are typing. Apologies to the mods for the shirt giveaway spamming. And yeah, chat, we've got a big FT. We can't have as much fun as last night, but don't worry. James and I will be back. Is it next week?
Different kind of fun.
Next Monday?
It's a different kind of fun.
Monday,
100K? Tuesday, the 100K Super High Roller. Chrissy B, we're going to potentially see you in that 100K. We lining it up? Getting excited?
I don't think so. I'll let these guys battle it out. Maybe I'll play a satellite or something, but I'm...
there we go.
No, I'm not so motivated at the moment to endure that stress.
1K satellite though, Chrissy. There's a 1K satellite. Get you into that 100K. That's the route to do it.
There is a lot. Yeah, I saw there's tons of satellites running. Actually, I played a session yesterday. Yeah. I'll play again tomorrow. So I think there's a lot of satellites going. So we'll see.
Yeah, and Endrit popping up the 3-8 here from the big. DD did go for the limp call, and I believe Endrit c-bet this flop. Going to check back.
Wow.
Oh my word.
Wow.
Drills
wow.
the 3. Dvoris' king queen looks like the stone cold nuts right now, right? And last time we saw him go for kind of a block bet in the last pot they played. I wonder if he's going to go for that kind of block bet in juice because, well, there we go. He's gone third pot. He's going to get raised up here.
Wow.
And guys, is there any way you can fold this? Is this?
I mean, it depends what size it actually goes for, right? But I don't think we're
I'm
folding
curious
to
see.
110 mil.
At the same time, which hand decides to check back the turn and turn into a bluff now?
Right.
I mean, there's going to be some, but wow, I'm really curious to see what happens. This is going to be a tough spot for Daniel for sure.
Yeah, 4x makes sense. Or just shy of 4x.
Because when you really think about it, like, yeah.
Right, I mean, Dvoris just has a queen a lot, right? So, yeah, gets looked up. 675 of the 1.1 in play. Yikes. Keeps clipping these wings of those flying around him.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Dvoris less likely to get their heads up. Suddenly, Ivanovic and Francisco, their spots have just improved a lot. And Ivanovic, the master ladderer, could end up getting heads up here with a really short stack and never really having to contest anything on this funnel table. We'll see. But that is monstrous for Endrit. We keep saying it. Everything keeps going right for this guy. And just knocking Dvoris down. Everyone else below 30 bigs. These are the dream spots.
Wow.
See some of you asking PS5 free roll. That's starting in 15 minutes. Head over to Party Poker. Find it in the restricted tab there. Just search for the PS5 free roll. Probably the easiest way to go. Win a PS5 free roll, it's called. Starts in 15 minutes. Should help you find it in the lobby. The password is Twitch Party. I'm regged. I see there's how many of us? There's 2,082 of us in there. Payouts going all the way down to 665th at the moment. An extra $400 in cash given out on top of the PS5 for first prize.
How many are in there, Dempsey?
Guys, it's a PS5 and $2.64 up top. So let's give it a little love. I mean, it's not just the PS5. Real money in there with it.
Should I do a little bounty on your head, Demps? Should I do a little $20 bounty? All right,
you
chat.
go for it.
Dempsey, it's real name, right?
It is real name.
All right. If you make note of the name of the person that knocks you out, and then whoever at home knocks James Dempsey out, if you message me on Twitter, Henry_Kilbane, I will ship you $20 cash money as well. I want you guys gunning after him. All right. Don't make his life easy. If he wants this PS5, he's going to have to earn it. $20 bounty on Mr. Dempsey's head.
I like it. You just forget I'm a massive nit that just plays so into my hands. I'm just going to open rip on my good hands. Life is good. Dvoris going for the lip. Ace Jack of clubs.
Yeah, I love this.
Yeah.
I love this from DD. A lot of people already in that free roll, as you guys already mentioned.
Checks through on the flop. Dvoris looking very snug with this pair of aces. And yeah, guys, in 12 minutes, that free roll starts, but we'll also be doing our latest giveaway. 10 of those Daily Legends tickets. They're worth $11 a piece. But if you're watching live with us right now, you will get a bonus $22 ticket on top. All you have to do is follow our Twitch channel. And I'll announce the winners on the far side of the upcoming break. You'll need a real Money Party Poker account, of course, in order to be paid. So if you haven't got one, Go ahead and make one now.
Endrit just showing down his king high.
Yeah,
I don't know. It
just
feels like fake
small
showdown,
little
right,
pot.
Chrissy? When Voris checks to us 3 times, like, yes, we have showdown value with the king, but is it ever good?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
I think.
What other than queen high? I guess we beat queen high still, which might check down with enough showdown value.
Yeah, I like that, and I think that's just going to boost Endrit's confidence even more. That hand of, the fact that Daniel was I think, trapping on every straight and got nothing. Yeah.
That's the one when it's live, when you kind of sheepishly turn your hand over. You're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. But it just goes to show you how Endrit. I think that hand, what it really shows too, is how Endrit's not just like recklessly throwing out chips, and he's being very strategic with his chip lead and understanding that like there's no reason to just be, betting a big blind or 2 here and there. And especially to Daniel, you don't want to be giving him chips like that. I think that that's probably something Endrit's, I'm assuming, being pretty cautious of, because what?
Chrissy, don't gas Endrit up, all right? Leave it alone. He's already going to be talking about this for years to come. Don't gas the man up on stream. We got 5,000 people watching. Oh man, I ought to have friends like me, eh, chat? No, it's
well, you'll just have to. It will be on you to bring his ego back down to reality. But, most poker players, when we, get in these spots, our egos grow a little bit. His might grow a lot. That's why you need good friends to check your ego.
This is true. This is true. No, honestly, one of the nicest guys in poker, and a good laugh, as he would say. A good laugh.
Aww.
Loves a laugh, that man.
Well, Dimitri is going to bring him down a little bit on this one, because Endrit popping up king 6 from under the gun. Gets punished. Panovich finds those jacks. The 2 jacks he famously folded last night, although I'm still not sure it was deliberate. But hey, look, he's here. 4 left, 276k locked up. Still a chance to win, of course, the 892,000. But right now, it looks like it's Endrit's tournament to lose.
Yeah, kind of similar, James. If we go back, a month and a half, we've already mentioned here the Mike Sexton Classic that we put on the 10k high roller, where Voris just it was his to lose. He was opening the 9-3-0, the 10-3-0 from like MP. So I'm curious to see how wide Endrit just opens from every position, basically. Well, I say every position, cutoff and button. Is he just opening range now, Chrissy, or is range a little bit too loose? Are we just opening like 70-75% of range?
Yeah, maybe 80%, something like that.
Yeah,
perhaps. And I think it probably depends. Daniel's big blind versus Francisco's big blind, or Dimitri, and yeah.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Let's see.
I feel like Dimitri, Daniel, Francisco, you can study ICM as much as you want. If you had told them when they first, got into poker that they were going to have an ICM spot as insane as this, four-handed, where they're just all equally tied, and the difference between going out in 4th and going out in, 2nd is 350k. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
study all you want, boys and girls.
Pay jump. This is like every time the cards get dealt out, there's a little bit of excitement. It's like, give me a good hand, get me in here. Like, if one of these shorter stacks does find a double, they just jump out so far ahead. It's so likely they'll then find themselves heads up, guaranteed 600k. Right now, though, it could be any one of the 3 to bust out next. You feel. Francisco defends Jack 6. Endrit flops a pair once more. The opener with 10-7. Malaman asking, am I in the PS5 free roll? I am. How can you not be in this free roll, guys? Head on over to party. It starts in 6 minutes. I'm just going to go. I'm going to be careful, though. tonight, Henry and Chrissy. Last week I got carried away in the Ike Haxton free roll. It does allow rebuys. I was in there double rebuying. Next thing you know, you're just doing your whole bankroll trying to knock Ike out. But for the PlayStation, I'm gonna keep myself reserved this evening.
Don't forget, boys and girls, I put a $20 bounty on James's first bullet. I mean, heck, if he's like 7 bullets in, I'll put a bounty on his 7th bullet as well, because the tilt factor, just the tilt EV of the $20 just goes up significantly.
We might see Daniel win some chips back here.
Yeah, especially when we got Jack 4 clubs as well. With
Yeah.
1 club on board. If you say, what's the EV of your shirt versus James Dempsey poker? Well, James's would probably go for high 4 figures, low 5 figures. Be shocked if my shirt got 250, 300 bucks. So, you know, he's been around. He's been around, boys and girls.
I've been around. I've been deep in around Devoris. All these pots just get big fast. Ender it with the backdoor draws galore. Does see an ace roll off. How Adeline is going to get? This is the question.
I think we have to barrel turn. I don't love it. The old 0 equity turn barrel. Blocking 7-4 and 4-3 as well, which kind of sucks, but I think we're bottom of our turn barrel range. So, sorry, bottom of our range. So we just have to barrel here, because Daniel's going to have some, like, 6x, 5x that check call flop and then just check fold turn.
Well, we saw him fold Jack 10 in a not too dissimilar spot earlier with the flop top pair folded to the second barrel. This time, he is going to call once more. Diamond on the river. Yeah, and Jack gives it up. Devoris back over the 200 mil mark. That's significant, guys. It is significant. And it is the final hand before we go on break. So remember, guys, quickly click follow on the Twitch channel if you haven't already done so. We're going to do the giveaway on the flip side of this break. Myself, Henry, and Chrissy will be back in 5 minutes for more of this, the Millions Online main event final table.
Decides to, again, the benefit of.
Wow, Ivy says no ICM here, pal.
I've had enough. He said, "I see what you're doing. You got a big stack, and I'm gonna."
Wow. 2-1 favorite Ivy for the double up, and to take the chip lead here in our 50k short deck. Ace Queen 10, while Greenwood just flops the joint. Well, Phil, he's heroed it off, and he's been punished. He needs a king.
What an unlucky flop for Phil.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, he's got
10 or an ace for the win. King for the chop.
Phil Ivy, another final table.
Greenwood being forced to sweat. Oh, it is the 10.
Wow, the hard way. Holy Ivy right there, back in the game.
Ivy. Chip
what
leader.
A hand.
Sam Greenwood putting the pressure on the medium stacks. Phil Ivy having none of it. Says, I call you with ace jack. Makes a house. Now, good luck for Field. Limps in. Sam checks back king out of clubs. Rut-row. This could be a big one, Jeff. We got top set against the nut flush draw on a pair.
Action. Top set Ivy, no big deal. What a board though. I mean, I guess for Greenwood, it's a little unlucky. He's got that pair flush draw. He's got to think, against the set. This is like the worst hand he could be against. Even like ace queen, his 8 would be live, but or ace jack, he's got the whole shalada. But here, he's really just drawn to that flush. And for Ivy, a bit unlucky. Oh well, that actually now that is that's a sight you'd love to see if you're a Phil Ivy fan.
Quads for Ivy. Greenwood still with that nut flush draw. Remember, in this game, He's still doing okay in this
Gotta
one.
love it. Slip some rope, you know, in case some. I mean, if a flush runs out, if a club were to come, oh my goodness gracious, come on!
Wow, we have quads versus nut flush in short deck.
Wow, this is honestly, I mean, is there any chance it doesn't?
Just goes in,
it's
right?
in.
It's
It's
in.
going in. How could it not go in?
If Ivy bets, Sam's going to raise, Ivy's going to jam.
This is insane. And Sam is thinking about Vegas and the Mirage, and this is the one that you don't get there. You're on your way and you don't get to in the door somehow. This is, I mean, there's just no other. I mean, it's just none. There's hand combination 1, right? All the other ones are houses.
Right.
But at the same time, yeah, I guess you might think Phil could have a lower flush, but a full.
Right.
You know that a full house doesn't beat.
But you're going to raise up here, and you're going to
Get raised, and
jammed
maybe
in.
Phil
You're
has
gonna
like
be
the
a bit
queen
sick,
high
but-
or whatever, not a flush. Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to like it when he gets jammed on.
He's probably. I don't even
But you
think
got
he
the king
thinks
flush.
long. And
It's 2 if you're Sam.
yeah, so it's the biggest cooler you'll see, really.
Quads.
Wow.
Have some of that.
Got a fun week here, man.
We got him. We
This
dragged him all the way from Florida.
is-
We've got him through Europe, and we've got him out to Russia.
long ride.
Yeah, this-
Definitely worth it. I do like how they do this. They build it up to 25, 50, 100s, and then the 250, and here we go.
yeah, this could be it.
Jack 10 to King 9.
The hand, isn't it? It's just the hand.
This is the one in short deck. You just feel good with it. He can taste it, though. I mean, although massive lead, still, they get the first one, you start wondering what's going to
Yeah,
happen.
it's-
Nice to close it off. You can get it done right away.
And,
Ooh,
well,
hello.
How's he doing with his flops?
Man.
He get King Jack in, ace king makes a house, gets the King 10 in, makes flops a flush, gets the Jack 10 in.
And
Flops
he's
a
got the club
straight.
covered as well. So what? It would need a 10.
Yeah, just a 10 for a chop. Otherwise, he is going to be our first champion of the week.
Wow. Royal. Makes a royal, right?
Wow.
Ends it in style.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Welcome back, everybody, to this, the Party Poker Millions online main event final table. Myself, Henry, and Chrissy calling the action. As well, I guess we just look to see who can stop Endrit on his relentless march. Hang on a second.
Wow.
I say relentless
Whoa.
march. What has gone
Whoa.
on here? Daniel Dvoris must have doubled up through our man. Yikes.
What did we miss?
I'm happy to find out and send a couple of text
Yeah.
messages, see if I could get a hand history for us.
Wow.
Please
It's gone
do.
off, guys.
Wow.
It's gone off.
Things got more interesting.
Yeah.
There,
There's,
Endro got his ego check.
There we go.
That he needed.
I mean,
Yeah,
he's still loving life. 380 million four-handed. Banovic, Francisco now the two shortest by a long way. Banovic especially.
yeah, but that's still gonna change his confidence a little bit. It's hard for it not to, especially when you know someone like Daniel Dvoris having the chip lead. I think that shifted
see-
the spot dramatically.
Yeah, I see someone in the chat saying Ace Queen versus Ace Jack, and without any further information, yeah, here we go. It looks like he's saying Endrit jammed Ace Jack over DD's Ace Queen open, and that seems pretty reasonable. So we're going to assume that's what went down.
Yeah.
Hence the big turnaround. In fact, we
What was it, like
would likely to see the
30
action.
bigs?
We would like to see the action before, weren't we? We saw it was like Kings versus Ace Jack, but then Francisco opened and changed the action. But obviously the same thing happened again this time. Ace Queen v Ace Jack. Endrit did indeed jam, and DD up to 450 million and retakes the chip lead. guys. We've done the giveaway. I'll announce the winners in between hands as and when I can. The first 5 I'll do as soon as possible. In fact, this hand looks to be done, so I will get some out. But give me a second. I've got to bet my hand in the free roll, guys. I'm there smashing it away, trying to get this PS5, and I think I'm up against Mr. Curtis Marsden, who I think is in the Twitch chat as well. Henry, he's gunning for the $20.
Gunning for the $20.
You know, they're after it. You put a bounty on a guy, and everyone comes out a firing. Devorus now gets to have the fun, popping up Queen 5 on the button. No concern for Endrit in the small blind. Well, Endrit with Ace 9 is going to continue and flop second pair, but that's no good. DD flopping top pair.
I didn't know that Daniel Devorus had this nickname of DD. Is that you guys made this up?
Henry did it. Henry gave it. I like it.
Because I was immediately thinking of Dietrich Fast. That's who I think of when I think of DD.
True. I do as well,
yeah.
But I like it.
Yeah, no, I like it. He can be Canadian DD.
Okay.
Yeah.
There can only be one real DD.
I'm just looking forward to his Run It Once training video intros where Daniel just turns around and says, "Hey guys, DD here for Run It Once training. And today we're going to be exploring." Just one time, Daniel, if you're listening, man, just make it happen for me, all right?
Wow, 2 pair on the turn for Devorus.
Yeah, this is going to be a gross spot for Endrit.
Middle pair, no spade. Let's go. Not sure how often we want to be tangling out the small, but I guess Ace 9 four-handed.
Yeah.
Obviously aware how wide DD's going to be opening on the button as well, because the roles have kind of reversed now. Daniel does get to apply a ton of pressure on Endrit.
Yeah, guys, the first 5 winners of the latest $11 tickets. I'm about to read them out. Remember, if you hear your name, whisper Party Poker TV, and you'll get a bonus $22 ticket. So, without further ado, they are CZ LOL 007, Wazza 0992, KS Pads, Devil Dom, and Enzo 112. You 5. I'm going to put those names in the chat so you can read them in case I butchered how you want them to sound. I've just won an $11 ticket. But if you are watching right now, post up. Whisper your presence to Party Poker TV, and you will receive a bonus $22 ticket.
What the heck does whisper mean? I don't mean to.
Oh, okay, Boomer.
Sorry.
Okay.
Did I just age myself?
You're about to get cancelled by Twitch chat.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh man, that's brilliant. So it's Twitch's
message,
version
Chrissy.
of a DM.
What is it? Sorry. It's what you do in a Twitch chat.
It's just Twitch's DM. That's all. It's just nothing more than that.
Oh.
It's just
I didn't
That's
even
all.
know they had that. Okay. Clearly.
all right. Endrit pulls one in. Yeah. So you 5, as I say, if you're watching, whisper Party Poker TV. If you're watching, you know what whisper is. You're not like Chrissy B. Like, she might know what to do with a certain hand in a certain spot, but she doesn't know how to get that extra $22 ticket. Words are struggling today.
No, I do.
Wow, they're asking in the chat, like, how old's Kristen? I thought she was part of the young generation. Look at this. You're getting absolutely crushed here, Chrissy. Like,
Wow.
and someone in the chat, the chat wanted me to ask you, like, when you're streaming next, because they all enjoyed your last stream. But I mean, if you don't know what whisper is, then like, how dare you even venture into the streaming?
I was just gonna say, now we know the truth of why I don't stream, because way too advanced for me.
What's this
Oh,
button?
my.
Dude? Listen, Chrissy, as long as you know how to obviously node lock, get onto the Pio server and whatnot, don't worry. Don't listen to any of these guys. All right, you're focusing on the important technology.
Exactly. Thank you.
There we go. There we go. All right. Put your
Okay,
hands up in
and
the chat,
the
you know
other
how to
five,
node lock.
the other 5 winners of those $11 tickets. And remember, again, if you hear your name, whisper Party Poker TV, you'll get a bonus $22 ticket. They are NQ Poker, Mitchell LVD, Andre Yeo9, J Jandules, I don't know, I butchered that one, and Che Potro. If you heard your name, do as I say, whisper away. I'm going to post them in the chat now so you guys can read them. $11 tickets locked up, but an extra $22 ticket if you whisper Party Poker TV.
Interested spothead. Voris going to open button. Enter, I assume, just flats with the Ace Jack O, and then goes jam, fold, call. Does that make the most sense?
I think that makes sense.
Or does...
Yeah. I think Dimitri absolutely is shoving, and yeah. I think Ender's pretty happy to call.
Two flush draws versus the 1. Clubs versus hearts and spades, assuming that Boris does get out of the way. You never know, chat. Could just YOLO it in. Just have one of those moments.
Banovich, the master of survival. Gonna need to fade running spades. That's not a bad thing to have to dodge, though, is it, guys? The running spades. You feel like pretty safe dodging that.
Yeah.
Chop it up, boys and girls. Nothing to see here. And yeah, Banovich just staying alive.
All right, Henry, I'm taking a very aggressive line against someone I believe is after my the $20. I'm just going to give them a spin. I'm ripping it in. They cover.
Uh-oh.
I've only got 3 outs. I've got a flush draw.
Uh-oh.
Too many outs, guys. Too
Hey,
many outs.
you
I'm
said
out.
you don't believe that.
Whoa,
See, we were
I'm
right.
starting to believe it. I'm starting to
Yeah.
believe it. But if Curtis Marsden is indeed watching, then Henry, I think they have to hit you up on Twitter, right?
What's the name, James?
Curtis Marsden.
Okay, in before I get a million DMs thanks to you not saying that to me privately. But yeah, well played, Dempsey. I mean, there's only 5,000 people watching right now, but yeah, you know, no big deal, no big deal.
Brilliant.
So yeah, if Curtis could message me on Twitter, my Twitter is Henry_Kilbane. And now I'm going to have to filter through all of the trolls.
Yes.
Trying to
Make
them
get
do
that
some work.
$20. Well played, mate. Well played.
I didn't think that one through, did I? Didn't think that through.
And I just got the hand history that we missed out on just quickly. So Daniel opens cutoff. Party Pro jams Ace Queen O 32 big blinds. I have absolutely no idea. That's the worst hand history that I've had sent to me ever. But it's Ace Queen versus Ace Jack.
Well, Endrick was involved, right?
Yeah.
And
He's
he
involved
had
in this one.
Ace Jack. Yeah. Oh
Yes.
wow.
Yeah, this is what we know. So Devoris, well, bets, but no action from Endrick. Lays down the flopped second pair. Someone asking about the free roll. What's the name? It is simply called Win a PS5 free roll. Not too cryptic, that one. You should be able to find it. You can still reg for, I believe, I just closed the lobby because that's how foolish I am. Let me find it again. You can still reg for 45 minutes, to the top of the hour. Give the chance for
Rello.
that PS5.
Asking what country is Edric from? He's from a country of his own, mate. It's called Manchester. And the reason it's a country of its own is because people like Endrit are from there. It's from the UK, mate. It's from the UK.
See, the UK, you guys have so much rivalry between like the locations. It's interesting to me.
No, we don't. Stop it. Yeah, we do.
And which part are you in?
I'm currently in Las Vegas. Great spot. It's right on the coast. A lot of the tourists, a lot of the tourists come here to gamble and have fun. No, I haven't lived in the UK for I want to say 4 years now, Chrissy. 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
Thereabouts. But originally from London. Your man James Dempsey, a little bit further south.
Down on the coast, living life by the sea. Devorus 2-8 on the button, popping up. Dimitri 9-4 suited in the big. Blind to what, 3.5-7 now. I think they just crept up. There we go. Yeah, like the chat's going off now. All the north-south divide banter.
Really trolling, chat. Really trolling. Debs, I just got sent a screenshot, right, of the hand that you bust. And you got it in with ace-9 suited.
Yeah? What's wrong with that?
You got the ace and the 9, not even the straight kicker.
Hey,
so you were just like, I can make 3 straights with this, right?
Well, I was thinking I'm pretty sure Curtis is in the chat, and I can make the man $20. I mean, I don't want to be I don't want to seem like I was going after you there, Henry, but I somehow found a way of costing you money from a free roll that you're not even in. Well, this is the dream.
Best of luck to all of you still in that free roll.
I see George asking if I used to bet the Rendezvous in Brighton. I most certainly did. I mean, still would if we could play poker at the moment, but it's the place to play.
Where was your local, Chrissy, when you first started grinding, or were you just always? Did you get into poker online?
No, I was talking about this the other day. I started playing in underground games in Ottawa, Ontario, and literally it was like the upstairs of a Chinese restaurant. They ran a little game there. Yeah, it's pretty hilarious because just when I describe it, it sounds so degen, but the reality of it was, just as we would assume a poker game would be. But that poker room, and then as you saw from my Hendon mob, I drove down to Syracuse, New York. I was 18 at the time. I couldn't play in Canada, but the Indian reserved casinos, the age limit's 18, so I played there. But honestly, it was these underground games, and then I found there was a little poker community within Ottawa, the city I was living, and people ran home games and things like that. And then I think I played on Paradise Poker. For a little bit before I found the big sites. But so it was pretty fun. We didn't have a casino a government run card room. And then all the underground games got broken up from the cops and fined. And there was, big drama around that. And then there is a poker room now in that area that I played at a little bit. Oh, yeah.
Didi there with the hero call in the end with a 4. Endrit gets back to level chips.
Yeah, they just evened it out. It seems like a pretty reasonable call by Daniel, though.
Yeah.
Given the fact that Endrit's opening range is so wide and he's going to be, repping a board like that.
Yeah, I love that, Chris. He started in the upstairs room above a restaurant. That's how it should be,
Yeah,
people have had it too
pretty
good.
Funny.
But you're right. Whenever I play those kind of games, Chrissy, it's like you say it to people and it sounds like some like underground poker game, and you got this image. It's actually just a bunch of people sat around playing cards. There's no drama. There's no nothing. It's just very normal.
Exactly.
It's such. It's like.
Yeah, there's just like a bunch of our friends. It's like we'd put our PJs on and play poker all night, like literally, and it was just it was very, very innocent and fun. There was definitely some characters there, I'm not gonna lie, some shady people, and you know, I think the game almost got robbed once or twice. So there were some moments, but you know, again, this is why we need poker rooms. They're regulated.
There we go.
Yeah.
Story of my life, that. Story of my life. Definitely. Been held up, been lost the roll a couple of times to some of these
oh, wow.
shady things again. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Happens.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, I managed to avoid that.
I was, a couple of years back, I was going to a game where turn up at the house that the game was in, and there was literally a hole in the door where someone's already kicked the door in. It's a bad sign to get to the game. The door's already been kicked in. I was like, this probably won't play this game again. This is a bit dicey.
No. Yep.
I remember actually even going back to playing like, you know, casino games. Anyone who remembers the old Grosvenor Casino in Luton here in England will remember the kind of dicey move you had to make when you left the casino to get back to the car park through the alleyway behind the casino. It was just
wow.
so many people got robbed. It was ridiculous. Eventually, just moved the casino, but I mean, it was like the little alleyway of yeah. Look carefully around, see if you can spot anyone before you go down there. Hey, this doesn't happen online poker. This is just the easiest way. You click cash out, job done.
Yep.
Popping it up. Dimitri, ace deuce of diamonds. Gonna rifle that one in, and well, it looks like we got two players waiting to get to at least third. Two players waiting to play heads up, but it can all change. We know that. I like this eager beaver, Chrissy, giving a shout out to the Canadian world. I started playing poker because there was a hockey lockout. The true Canadian story. That is pretty Canadian.
That's hilarious. Hey, that's true. I remember that actually, and I think that. Do you know what's funny is I actually think that a lot of people would share the same story as that person. Because I do remember when that happened, and even like the home games that I went to and things, it was like people started running poker games instead of, you know, just whatever, watching the game. Yeah, you have to keep yourself busy in the winter somehow at night.
Right. Rip from Francisco there, King 3 suited. So let's just go. Oh, Kings for Didi, but can't see. Is Francisco going to get involved with 5-6 suit on the button? Sub 20.
Wouldn't hate to see a limp, but I mean, it's never getting through, right?
Yeah.
Forest and Edge of the two chip leaders are never letting you get that one through.
Yeah.
Forest trapping again. Last time Ace Jack suited, this time Kings.
Yeah, it kind of seems like he's just limping range. Has he? I'm trying to think if we've seen him raise. Yeah.
It is limping range. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Definitely.
I see some of the chat here saying, I played 2-5 against Kristen at Playground. Late night, she was drinking wine and willing to go all in blind versus me.
No way. No, that's not true. That doesn't sound like me.
Wow, what a nit. What a confirmed nit, boys and girls.
Wow, I can't wait to get back to those days, by the way. Sitting around playing a bit of 2-5 at the Playground, drinking some wine. Ooh, hello.
Double up.
Double up. Double up incoming.
Those are the fun times.
Mitri gonna need
Does
to
Endrit do with these
some
two?
hearts or a jack.
Hmm.
I think this time, James, it just goes jam, call, and then Endrit folds the 4s.
Right. There's no
Last
reason
time
for
it was
Dvorak.
the other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Endrit just doesn't. Yeah. There's no reason to do anything but just call this is there. I mean, it's so unlikely Endrit has a trap, but he can have some traps, and he's not going to bluff us in this. But okay, he goes for the click. It's an option as well, I guess. Well, clearly an option because Daniel Dvorak is doing it. He needs to catch. He does not. Ivanovic up to 223 million. The spin king. The ninja. The ICM wizard. He's a force.
Yeah. Just one card away from going home in 10th. Now finds himself a 3rd of 4 with a healthy stack. The spin.
Yeah, it's crazy how things change so quickly. And
Yeah, I mean, it really did look like Endrit was, just short of 700 million. Looked like they were just weighing it out to see who's going to get second. But now, I mean, Dimitri doubles. He's chip leader.
yeah, it's going to be a bit of a battle.
No, here's a good hand for a battle. Ace Jack with the Ace of Hearts on this King 10-7 2-heart board, whilst Daniel Dvorak in there with top pair. Yeah, everyone in the chat there, yeah, man. Like, just stuff like, as I say, getting to Playground, getting somewhere like this, having a big event on, where we got to sit around, play, mess about. Can't wait. Not too far away now, one hopes. And if you haven't been to Playground, it's one of the better events, or one of the better venues in the world for poker, that's for sure. Endrit picks up a double gut shot now. What do we reckon, Chrissy? Is he going to keep firing? He's been keen to fire tonight.
I'm going to say yes.
Well timed. Well timed.
Dvorak has top pair and an open ender.
The real question, I think, too, and now I'm curious to see, because I don't expect to see a fold here from Daniel. I'm curious what rivers he's going to keep going on, with the Ace of Hearts. Yeah, this is going to be, This is an easy one. I would have liked to seen like the 4 of Hearts peel off and then see what happens.
What a life, eh?
Wow.
Let's hit Betty in the chat.
Hey.
What a life, eh? Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm not Canadian, but I just think it ends the sentence.
You can use
perfectly
A.
there.
It does. It does.
Guys are tantalizing, these small, tempting sizing here, guys.
Yeah, and I think Daniel's going to have to call this.
It's going to be fuming.
Hearts of missed.
He sees his hand at showdown.
He folds. That's sick. That's sick. Sick fold.
Nice fold indeed. Endrit back over the half of Billy Mark. Just shy of half chips in play.
Yeah, that's a great fold.
Kumlar says if King 9 folds, he's way better than all of us. Well, I can certainly speak for myself and tell you that Daniel Dvorak is better than me. He's better than most. And he does get away from it. As Chrissy says, it's just a small bet. Like, they'll look up some of the time, but doesn't do so with that hand. I mean, obviously, it's one of the really bad rivers, isn't it? When you improve to 2 pair, but when we see that sizing, he's not betting that sizing with a weaker 2 pair. He's betting with straights and he's betting with bluffs, and there aren't so many bluffs by then, like the hearts, but can kind of understand.
Yeah, and I suppose, and I wonder what if a set does bet for value, or what his worst value bet looks like on the river. I guess that's really important, and I guess with ICM considerations, we can already assume that's going to be tighter than in a normal setting. But yeah, that was a sick fold. And it seemed pretty quick.
Oh no. Prodded Debsy. There's no quick folds on this stream, Chrissy. Sometimes.
No, but that wasn't a snap. There was a brief tank and a fold. So I think that was just a quick fold. I think it's when it's like the instant fold, that's when we get the glitch. I think so. I think this was just a relatively fast fold from Dvorak.
Yeah.
James, you confused me, man. I'm confused.
You gotta know the system, man. You gotta be when you're plugged into the matrix here. You get it. Like,
yeah.
I'm just seeing ones and zeros here, boys and girls. But currently guaranteed 276k. Next pay jump gets you to 422. Second guarantees you a little over 600. The winner walks away with a little under 900. It looked certain to be Endrit, at least in the top two. Things moved around a little bit, but he has edged back out in front again. Dmitry Ivanovic has been a short stack throughout this tournament, from when we were watching yesterday and today, but now is over 200 million for the first time. Finds himself four-handed. Francisco was one of the big stacks early on yesterday. Again, kind of navigated this final table quite well. Finds 2 3s on the button in this hand. Is now the shortest stack.
Yeah, Francisco on the bubble was playing really well. Thoroughly impressed.
Yeah.
I mean, all of these guys, right? You know, seen Dvorak on our screens many times. I know Dmitry Ivanovic has bubbled a few huge comps on Party. Like FT bubbled a few of the big comps on Party that we've covered before. Dvorak obviously doesn't need a second introduction to huge final tables with tons of money up top, and Endrit hasn't really put a foot wrong in my opinion as well. He's played this big stack pretty well. Maybe a tad aggressive in a couple of spots, but understandable aggression given the dynamic.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like one thing I've noticed is Francisco keeps getting these like kind of borderline spots that, you know, he could potentially open that I think some players would have opened. But I just feel like the card distribution he's been dealt has been certainly not easy to play. There's been a few spots where in his position, I'm like, I actually genuinely not really sure what I like here. You know, and I think that's just, again, like the luck of card distribution in some of these spots. Some final tables are so easy to play, and then some are just trickier. And it's definitely impressed with everybody. We might see some action here.
Yeah, Ivanovic is now with a few more chips starting to give it a go. Pop this A7 up over the limp. Pops top pair against second pair of backdoor hearts. He's going to get at least one bet. Checked it over to him again on the turn. 87 in there. 2x pop behind.
Wouldn't be shocked to see Endrit call another barrel here.
Right, I was going to say, he's gone half pot. Let's get this kind of bet, allows us to check back some rivers, I guess, Henry.
Yeah, although I know it sounds maybe kind of obvious, but I would rather call 10-9 than 9-8, blocking some of Dimitri's, you know, natural double bluffs here, double barrel bluffs, the 8-7s, 8-6s of the world.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
good point.
There you go. I try, Chrissy, I try.
He's going to be happy to see that on stream, that Dmitry did have the ace there, because I think that's a spot where Dmitry obviously has like a range advantage and could be barreling so many hands there. I think that he folds there, but he hates to fold there. He'll be happy to see that.
Dmitry with average chips for the first time since we started covering this tournament, I think, Henry. It's the short stack the whole of yesterday. Just peaking at the right time.
Oh, it's crazy to think that there's only 150 bigs in play now, right? We're four-handed.
Yeah.
Everyone guaranteed 276,000 for their efforts so far, but I mean 900k up top when average stack at the table is what, 35 bigs?
Yeah.
Pretty ridiculous.
See a few questions in the chat regarding the free roll password. It's on the screen there towards the top. It is Twitch Party. You still have 27 minutes to get into that PS5 free roll on Party Poker. And of course, we're also doing our ticket giveaways at the top of each hour. We'll be giving away 10 $11 Daily Legend tickets. And if you're watching live with us this evening, we will give you a bonus $22 ticket if you're just joining us. So I'll give you a bit more information about that towards the end of the hour. But all you have to be doing is following this Twitch channel. If you're watching somewhere else, come on over to Twitch, open an account, click follow, and have a real Money Party Poker account, and you'll be with a chance of winning one of those tickets. And see, Channel J just joining us. Ticket giveaways, whoop whoop. There we go. Some of you just joining us have missed out so far. We've given away 20 tickets already, plus I don't know how many $22 tickets on top. So stay with us as we play this down to its conclusion. And Endrich, oh, hello. Hello. We get the limp raise with the ace deuce, Chrissy.
Nice. Yeah, I was curious what Daniel's line was going to be. I really like that. Like, obviously, ace two doesn't play that well when he limp calls it, and it definitely acts as a good limp raise bluff with the ace blocker.
The gangster line
And
is the line that Boris decided to take.
Yeah, and he's clearly aware that Endrit, is capable of ISOing in those spots with the weaker end. So yeah, I really like that from Daniel, and I like the raise from Endrit. So sometimes just poker. Only one person can win.
That's a great way to justify a lot of things. I'm going to use that line, Chris, if you don't mind. It's sometimes just poker. James, we've been doing it wrong. Chrissy comes in for a couple hours. We've been trying to explain things and whatnot. Chrissy just sums it up perfectly with sometimes just poker. Easy.
Yeah, Dvorak just letting go of the ace-8 here forehand with Endrit lurking behind on the button. And Endrit instead opening 9-7 offsuit, and Francisco's just gonna, I guess.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the fold from Daniel, actually.
Yeah, snug, we can call it. But I guess Endrit behind. Endrit's been going pretty hard on Daniel as well, hasn't he? He's not many, as Henry says, if there's been an error from Endrit, it's over aggressive. So perhaps that's a slight adjustment there from Dvorak. Opening up the fives.
Oh.
Francisco, 20 bigs, fours. Is this a spot where we're going to just jam and get the better hand to fold?
Yeah, I think it might be. I think I like folding the fives there personally. Yeah.
Yep. That's one of those when you see it on stream, you're like, oh, wow. That was nice.
What are we calling there, Chrissy? Sevens plus? Or is sevens the line? Eights like a fist bump? Put all your chips in the middle? Sevens sometimes folding?
Yeah, I'm looking at stack distribution.
I guess we're obviously incentivized to keep. Yeah. We're also incentivized to keep the shorter stack in, right? So we can just keep running over Ivanovic and Daniel.
Exactly. Yeah. So I almost wonder if it's gonna make you want to call a little tighter, but I'm wondering if I would tighten up my pairs calls or my hands kind of like ace jack suited. Like, is it better to call with pocket eights there or ace jack suited? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's a close spot. I think he had 20 big blinds exactly.
Bang on 20.
Yeah. 20 blinds.
Bang on 20.
I'm pretty happy to call eights and nines there. Sevens,
Yeah, I think eights were a lot of life. Endrit, limping in once more. Dimitri going to pop it up once again, this time a king queen. And yeah, I mean, Endrit's still chip leader, but there's just a few chips heading elsewhere. And you're going to find, I mean, It's getting relatively... Ooh, 6 around with the king 8, guys. Jack 9-9. 2 diamonds. Endrit does have a diamond. Dimitri flopping the gut shot draw. Three 9s on board. I don't know. Am I wrong to be a little surprised that the limp call with king 8, Chrissy, or is it just about in there?
I think it's definitely very borderline close. I think king 7 off for sure is a fold. I mean, you could potentially even see a limp raise, but I think I wouldn't have been surprised to see a limp fold. I'm also not so surprised to see a limp call. It's kind of one of those, these borderline hands where it's like you could argue every way, I think. So I think it kind of depends. Yeah.
I like it. We're going for the it just depends. Can do both. No, but it's...
I was just saying this the other day, so much in poker, it's like you could probably defend any play with all the like phrases that are up now, you know, oh, I have the bottom of my range, I have no showdown value, have to bluff. Well, it's like, well, you don't have to necessarily, you know, if we think they don't have any folds, then maybe we don't bluff the bottom of our range. But yeah, you can kind of defend any play sometimes, it feels like. But that's the beauty of poker, in my eyes. That's what I love, you know, it's up for interpretation.
Pop up this ace 10. Francisco can get involved now, perhaps. Just over 20 bigs, the shortest stack for queen 10 suited. Very nice looking hand. Oh, that's one way to defend it. Rips it in.
Yeah. And he's going to get the better hand to fold again.
Right.
I think.
With Dimitri having so much of Dimitri's stack, right? But it's going to be slightly tempting.
Yeah.
That's close.
Yeah, lovely.
That's close.
Yeah, it's definitely close, but I think with ICM, you just, I don't know if you can call there. I'm not an ICM calculator.
Now just Francisco, we've seen Francisco just overbet jam these button spots. Got a few more chips now, but 2 4s and Endrit lurking behind. Okay, does get away with it. Is Dvorak going to try and punish this open from the small? No, he won't. And Endrit just gets a jam. But Francisco's literally just jammed a lot of buttons and manages to fade this one. PS5 free roll, guys. Get over there if you haven't played it already. You've got 18 minutes left to reg. Be in with a chance of winning that beautiful new PS5, all for free. Head over to Party Poker. The password is, of course, Twitch Party. You can see that at the top of the screen. I'm no more in it. I'm out. Oh, no PS5 for me.
Oh, wow. What a cooler blind versus blind. Was this?
Just going to open this up.
Maybe not.
Does Endrit just rip
get away from it?
Does Endrit just rip this over Francisco's open? Or like Francisco's open just over 20? It seems like definitely make a case for the jam here, right? Or the less, I suppose, with Dimitri behind the smaller raise, but okay, goes for the.
Yeah, because I don't think you need if Endrit did decide to just 3-bet call off versus Francisco, I don't think he needs to worry that Dimitri's gonna reshove with hands that he doesn't want to go against, so to speak. You know, maybe you get the ace king to fold or the ace queen to fold by shoving, because I don't think Dimitri's just gonna cold call those hands off. But I think that he could, if he decided to just 3-bet, that he would want to choose a size that he folds to Dimitri's all in, because Dimitri's just not going to be screwing around there, I think, when he reshoves.
Dreamy squeeze spot. Okay. Saw a couple of those yesterday. He gets through.
Just have these.
I can't remember who it was, but there's been a couple of spots like that from
hang on.
some of the MTT crushers. And it's just like they always have it in the big blind. Don't level yourself. They've just always got it.
I know.
Well, it's funny you say that, Henry, because I thought we had, by way of Jamie Staples yesterday, we had a truth bomb dropped by Squid, Sam Grafton, when he said he spoke to Sam in the morning before yesterday's play, and Sam gave him a thing. It was basically like, look, deep in these tournaments, these massive events with huge prize pools, players just have it. It's like, just don't level yourself. People just have it. There's so much money at stake. That was his last bit of advice for Jamie before entering play yesterday. It's good advice.
Yes, it is.
Right,
it's pretty true. I love Sam. Good advice.
Just a flap from Dimitri, given the situation here with the 2-9. Sees King 7 deuce, and things are looking good for him. He's chipping up nicely.
Yeah, everyone's really kind of footing around softly, treading lightly here. I think Endrit definitely, played. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him 3-bet the 7s there. I think that we'd see some players do that. I think it's, and even just flatting 9s here, I think we're seeing the ICM environment, and also this kind of, these payouts are huge now, right? The pay jumps, sorry.
Yeah. 150k jump at the moment.
Yeah.
I'd call that huge.
Yep.
It's checking down so far. Endrit with the nut ace high.
Some interesting news coming in the chat. And Francisco asked if the other two players were interested in a deal, and Getchy responded that Didi, Daniel Dvoris, wouldn't be interested in a deal, and play continued. That makes sense. I don't think Dvoris is going to be interested in dealing in this one, especially with the structure. The structure is just so good in this 40-minute clock. Still plenty of blinds in play.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, Didi with all that experience, like you say, he was on the high roller final table earlier this evening as well, playing for $500,000 over there. He's playing for 900k over here. It's just, it's not an unusual environment for him, and this is your edge when you get to these final tables in a main event like this. You're going to want to just use that experience.
Try to capitalize, yeah.
Unblind. Dvoris checking back 9-7 Francisco with King 7. Guys, if you are just joining us, whack the follow button, because at the top of this hour and every hour we are doing our big giveaway. There are $11 Daily Legend tickets available. We give out 10 each hour, but if you are watching us live on Twitch and you hear your name mentioned, you whisper Party Poker TV, and we're going to give you a bonus $22 ticket as well. So just loads of tickets to be won. Free money. All you got to do is have a real money Party Poker account and be following the channel on Twitch. So get that sorted out. You've got 13 minutes till the next draw. If you're watching elsewhere, come over to Twitch, give us a follow, and we will do that draw. Announce it on the flip side of the next break. Not much going on in this pot, guys. Checks for the second time. Dvoris is going to take a stab with this 9 high, try and make, I guess, some 10 high, some jack high, even some queen high fold.
You and me both, Limos. You and me both.
I was just thinking this.
Giveaway. I respect it.
It's just the giveaway is just a nice bonus, guys. It's a nice little the cherry on top. And of course, I know plenty of you aren't eligible by virtue of the fact you can't have a real money Party Poker account. It's sad, but you get to watch this great action. You get to see one of the best in the game, Daniel Dvoris, go to war, see how he navigates the streets here. And we got Chrissy B in here to drop some wisdom. A regular in the high roller circuit herself.
Well, I'm getting lessons on Twitter. Sorry, what were you going to say? I must be.
Oh, well, I was going to say, you must be... Oh, hello, second. Daniel Dvorak is firing a big barrel at the river here. Nice. Just goes for it. No inch given. I was going to say, you must be like really looking forward to... You said you played some live poker the other day, and it's getting exciting. But you must be looking forward to getting your teeth into a nice live high roller somewhere, a little 25k running somewhere.
Yeah, it was fun. I honestly, what I really miss is the main events. Like, actually, the event that I did, I think I don't know how many people it got, but it was massive. It was a $2,500 at the Venetian, and I love playing the assortment of players, from like the really good regs to the recreational players, and like even that final table. It was. Yeah. I don't know if it's because I haven't played live for a while, but it was so bizarre because it was just a strange, like, combination of players, and it was fun. It was tough though, but it was. I love the main events. That's what I really miss. It's like the large fields, like now. An event like this. Yeah, do you see it? And do you see who else final tabled?
Ankush wins it. You're in there. A certain Mr. Foxon was on the final table. This is some fun.
It was fun. Yeah. But it was crazy.
You two both like making final tables. You like making final tables in the Venetian together, huh? Is that the thing? Is that the spot?
I do. Yeah. This one didn't go so well, but it was fun. But I went in four-handed chip lead and was out in fourth, so it was kind of sad. And it was one of those. It was just shallow, and one of those. It was just. I literally, after, and the whole next day, I was like, "What happened?" And I was trying to recall the hands and just think, like, "What the heck happened?" But
you get that. I mean, this is what can happen. You can be chip leader.
Yes.
We saw Endrit. Endrit had 650 million. With four left, and it's not impossible. Here he busts out fourth now, the way things have gone. You know, he's down to sub 400 again. These things do happen. Kind of.
Yep.
You gotta have thick skin.
Yeah, someone gets a double up and it changes everything. Yep.
Well, Dimitri have obviously done a pretty good job at getting Endrit to redistribute his wealth. Francesco clearly in fourth now by quite some margin. Going to need to find that double spot sometime soon. I mean, 18 big blinds and the dream, I guess, with the blinds coming round. Oh, well, a lot quicker, obviously, than when we have a full table. But still, I mean, 18 big blinds. We're not in any rush just yet. A couple people begging
both
for
players flopping
tickets in the chat.
Top pair here. I like it. They've both got it. Let's see who can try and get the most value out of this hand. And you're going to come out leading on this 10 high board. Guys, we are coming up to a break. Remember, at the end of the break, we'll be back announcing the winner of those tickets. So if you haven't done so already, please follow our Twitch channel. That's how you win one of those tickets. You will need that Real Money Party Poker account, but you have to be following our Twitch channel. So please go ahead and do so now if you haven't already done so. All right, king on the turn. Big barrel now from Endrit, and Dimitri's still going to be very happy with life, guys. He's in there with the top pair. He's got his man barreling off.
Yeah, 75%. Potential for an overbet on the river. Oh, well, I don't think we'll be overbetting on that river card, but definitely not overbetting on that river card. We think, Chris, like 2/3, like 60 mil? Or do we block like 1/3?
I think if bet, then I would do something around 60.
Yeah. Okay,
it goes 1/3. I think, yeah. maybe in game it just plays better anyway because with ICM considerations, Dimitri might not look him up with like a 5x for a bigger size. It just happens to play out that way, I think, in these spots.
Well, now I'm curious if... Okay, I was about to say, I'm curious to see if versus this small sizing, if Dimitri ever raises for value, but that's just cool.
That would be,
Yeah.
that would be pretty punchy. Oh, wow,
wow.
whoa. Queens and ace queen. Dvoris, Urbanovic. Urbanovic has been very, very careful not to get chips in, but just over 30 deep, four-handed, and Dvoris
Yeah,
is...
this is...
Let's see. I mean...
How do you feel about this spot, Chrissy? I mean, do we want to induce with the ace-queen O? I feel like 3-betting ace-queen suited makes more sense than 3-betting the ace-queen O. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah, I was
surprised
just
to see
going to say, we
this.
see a lot of people shove here, and I think I'm not surprised to see him shove. I think that it probably, if you're going to 3-bet call off, it's probably better just to shove and get certain, small pairs to fold or whatever it might be. Oh, damn. Good game, Dimitri. Wow.
Yeah, just seals it. Dvoris with the covering stack and has over half a billion. His chip leader. We're down to 3 on the table. We're down to 3 in the booth. We'll be back in 5 minutes for more of this, the Millions Online final table. Ace, King, 4. There's checks. Expect Alex to check back. Do you think he'll bet here? He's going to bet.
I think he'll bet 13.
Oh, can't say it once you've seen it, Ludo. Come on.
What's wrong with that?
Come on. Everyone knows you're a genius already.
Okay.
You don't have to fudge it.
Just a call. Turn card. 10 of diamonds would have been nice. I fully expect us to go check.
Does check through.
That's what you call the nuts.
70 million chips in the pot.
Almost checked it.
Interesting check here, Ludo. I guess he has quite a lot of 10x. Right, he can check all his gut shots on the flop. Makes a pair. So you're going to want to check the nuts to protect that, and also, you are going to list some bluffs here, aren't you?
This one here is interesting because he's trying to get like a king to fold, but that doesn't make much sense. So like he's tried to get some sort of flush draw or straight draw that got there with a 10 to fold.
Right, there's some, a lot of 10x here.
Yeah, so it's an interesting one. Or maybe he thinks it's like a merge where he gets him to call with some sort of 4. I don't know, I'm saying like it's quite interesting. I think I like to just check the pocket 8s here. You've still got some showdown and you've not really got a good hand to bluff with.
Yeah, obviously you have a diamond, which isn't block some of those missed draws as well. Yeah, this is. I think I would just be checking this back, Ludo.
Yeah, you still beat like a 4, and also like let's say that he has 4-5 or something, he can maybe turn that into a bluff.
Right. Yeah.
Or let's say he has like 10 jack or like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he's got,
like he could maybe turn that into a bluff.
Or Queen 10. Now he could bluff with these hands.
No, I'm not too sure because that might. I'm not sure. They might have a bit too much showdown value as well. Because why wouldn't they just bet an ace again on the turn? So like, a king here's in a good position. So like, he's not really betting 46 million to get a king to fold.
No, and
this is an easy call with a king.
Might well have led as well. The river himself, right? Of course, does move it all in.
Now, obviously, like, this isn't a good hand to call with because you're blocking, like, 8-10 of diamonds, all these type of hands.
Right.
That you want him to. Obviously, you don't want him to have because he beats you with a pair of 10s. But the way the hand's played, it's pretty messy. It's a messy hand heads up here. Like, the way this hand's went. You don't get to see hands like this that often. So it's like hard to like kind of commentate and be quite precise in certain departments because
obviously the value hands he reps are
it's just
basically Queen Jack.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Well, Foxy's obviously thinking about it here.
5, I suppose, as well.
He must be thinking he might have 4-5 that he's turning into a bluff.
Or as you say, 10 Jack. Queen 10 maybe.
Jack 4 of diamonds, Queen 4 of diamonds.
Right.
Like something that doesn't need to bluff the river because it's got showdown.
Queen 3 Jack 3 of diamonds as well.
Yeah. So like, okay, so we've got like, we could say like he's got showdown with like Jack 4 of diamonds, Jack 3 of diamonds, Queen 3 of diamonds, Queen 4 of diamonds, diamonds, the 4-5, all the type of hands. There's more combos of those than there is of the Jack Queen. So that's maybe where he's getting himself levelled in his head.
I suppose there's not. Well, he has called. Ludo, he
has
called.
And
that
is insane.
Gets tabled, and that's it. Welcome back, all you wonderful viewers. We've reached that stage, guys. It's podium time. We're three-handed. We've got 420k locked up. And Henry, Daniel's just reclaimed a small lead from Endrit.
Yeah, Forrest with the chip lead. Why am I not surprised, eh? Why am I not surprised? He's just been crushing it this year. And yeah, really interesting spot now for Getchi and Francisco as well. He's going to be aware that Forrest is going to be leaning on Getchi a lot. So, I mean, are we just waiting it out, trying to get heads up, see if Endrit makes a mistake, see if Francisco slips up? I don't know. I can see any one of these three closing this out. I think they've all played some fantastic poker, and we're in for a treat regardless.
Yeah, Francisco's done a good job. Got to the final three, and obviously again, pressure switches back to him as the shortest stack. But 422 locked up, and let's a little shout out to Dimitri, obviously busting out that last hand before the break. Had done really well to get to the last four, kind of keeping himself out of trouble. Pretty reasonable jam there with 30 bigs, with the ace queen just ran into Dvoros actually having it, and sends him out with just over $250,000. He'll be okay, guys. Let's not get too upset. But I can announce we have 10 more winners, of course, of our giveaways. All the names I'm about to announce will receive an $11 ticket. But if you are listening and watching with us right now, then you will be eligible for an additional $22 ticket. So if you hear your name, whisper Party Poker TV in the Twitch chat, and we'll get you that bonus ticket. So the first 5 names, here we go. Which one am I going to butcher the most? We got Still Grim 420, STBM, Lukey Watson 16, Simmy Nuts, and Buddy Love 2020. You're the first 5. I'll do 5 more in a few minutes. So if you just heard your name or you read your name in the chat in any second now as I post them, then please do whisper Party Poker TV, and we'll get you a bonus $22 ticket. I think I did a good job there, guys. The names weren't too bad. I didn't mess those ones up. I've seen the next 5. There's some traps there. I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, I mean that one. If you had managed to butcher any of those names, Debsy, I would have been extremely impressed with you. Yeah, but you got let off there.
Maybe I just stop there. The next 5 don't get their tickets. So I'll just
call it a day. Call it a day.
Leave them be. I also know, guys, on the break, I was having a look. The 25k has finished. And Pascal Lefrancois wins yet another high roller, 525k to add to the bankroll. Amakai Barrera coming second in that one for 327k.
Oh, of course Amakai's in the mix.
They just win, these guys.
This is a fun turn card, by the way. Endrit's now got a hand that he can go for the double delayed. C-bet with, picking up a gut shot on the turn. Boris turning bottom pair to go along with the double gutter. I think it's the funnest card in the deck, personally, if you ask me. Does check through.
I'd assume if Daniel checks, he'll go for it. He can rep a lot of queens, some jacks, maybe even.
Yeah. What sizing do we go for, though? Like, are we allowed to go polar here still, even though we've checked flop and turn? Are we allowed to bet 40 mil? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we were just thinking, what are we targeting, and what, for this size? Again, I will be curious to see if Daniel calls with an 8 or not. And then I think that, yeah, it's so credible when he checks back the flop and turn, just that, he has showdown value that's potentially improved. Yeah.
I always struggle finding them spots, Chrissy. That's why you guys play tournaments and I'm just a nit. It's like, but he's never folding. I check flop and
You're
turn.
bluffing. Don't bluff me.
Bluffs on
Shawman
bluffs.
running deep in a tournament. Best of luck, Shawman. Let us know how you get on, my man.
All right.
Love to come and commentate.
Francisco's flop to flush draw here, having opened this queen, 3 of spades, and whilst he decides what to do on this flop, I can tell you the other 5 winners of the latest giveaway are Random Scotsman, the Ute Poker, Should Mopped, Scorby, and Valencia. There we go. See, I told you I was going to butcher those names. I had no chance with these ones, guys. I'm going to write them in the chat.
No.
If you see your name,
pulled that off.
If you see your name, please do whisper Party Poker TV, and we'll get you that bonus $22 ticket on top of the $11 ticket you have already won.
Well played. Well played.
I see another. I see Simenuts. I see. Who is it? A couple others are the winners of the first 5 announced in the chat. So some bonus tickets going around. I love it. Plenty of bonus being won. That's what we want to see. We want to see it, Henry. We want to see Party Poker hurt. We want to see them giving out more and more tickets. Try and sting them. they sussed us out last week there, Henry, when we thought maybe they were going to give a ticket away to every person who bust Icon that free roll, and we were going to get them to induce to reload, but there was the small print. It was just the first 3 people who knocked him out. They knew what we were up to, Henry. They weren't going to fall for it.
They always know. So, Chrissy, I mean, last time we had you in, James and I were... Well, what were we doing, Debs? Were we playing golf when Chrissy was covering the WPT? We just taken the day off. But then the time before that, Chrissy, you were meant to be going on a break for a little bit, taking some time off poker. Did you actually end up taking a break? Or
I think I remember this. I think I actually went on a vacation.
You did?
I do remember this because I was in a hotel room. We were just about to go to Vancouver Island. So yes, I did take that break. And yeah, I mean, it's been a slow year for everybody, right? Even if you want to go do something in so many places, I know, especially in the UK, you're not there, but they're on like full lockdown. But yeah, it's been kind of just a chill year. But I did manage to get, I guess some people would say I was irresponsible and traveled, but I thought it was.
Listen, when it comes to, you're fine. You're absolutely fine.
Let's not even open that can of worms, because that would be me going on a 5-hour tangent of all the political nonsense. But
Henry has nothing to offer in this topic.
I have nothing to offer. I tell you what I do have to offer. 4-bet pot. Francisco opening button. Enter it with the king 4-0. Chopping out the 3-bet from the big. And Francisco saying, well, more in dealer.
Yep. Screw you.
Pretty close now. Pretty close now, boys and girls.
Yeah. And I assume, when the next blind level, we're going to see it be a, much shallower.
Ooh, wow.
So,
yeah, I mean, we have crept up to 4 mil, 8 mil as DeVoris flops top pair, love and life, but Francisco.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him check back here. Okay, he does decide to go for a small bet.
It's a fun one. Well, we got king of clubs. Not that that's that relevant. Francisco's going to have some very natural check raise spots here, but I don't think Francisco's been the type of player to take check raise bluff spots, like some 7-5s, 9-7s, 8-7s, some 7-4s.
You kind of read my mind. Yeah,
even some like backdoor queen 9s, like queen 9 suited. Well, maybe that's a bit thin. But he hasn't really taken any of those spots up until now. It's obviously easy where we can see the cards. Francisco's got trips for us with top pair not going anywhere. But if he bets big on the turn, it wouldn't shock me to see him fold.
Sure. Although, I don't know if he's had that much opportunity as well, because he has been pretty short stacked, but I agree with you completely. And I think that Daniel is certainly not, super happy at the moment. I think on this turn card though, I wonder if he'll call once more. I don't assume to see a fold here. That's for sure. I think he has to call once more and then make a decision on the river.
Wow, what a fold.
He folds. He is a sicko. Okay. I take it back. Wow, what a fold. That's a couple times he's folded now that I've been really impressed and surprised, and he was correct. Very well done.
A big turn barrel from Francisco.
Yeah.
Some hands. Endrit with 2 8s. DeVoris with ace king. Playing 40 effective. I mean, what are we going to see here, guys?
That's what I'm wondering. A 3-bet and a call for mates, maybe? Or will he just jam and is...
Endrit actually the shortest stack, believe it or not. Just shorter than Francisco, but been chip leader throughout this final now. Finds himself 3 of 3.
It's awkward sizing for Endrit. Doesn't really get to have many flats. Given the flop SPR. If he does flat. I don't know. I think the decision here is go with it or fold versus sizing.
I think I would go with it or call. I think
he's gone with it.
Yeah, and he goes with it.
He's gone with it. We've got a 600k flip. And Endrit holds.
Wow.
DeVoris down to 100.
I feel nervous for these guys. Yikes. Oh my god, that's a huge flip. Jeez. Oh my god.
The next grindhouse is definitely being paid by Endrit Getchi. 0 questions asked. How do you just win flips like that? Teach me.
It's that spot where you jam. You jam and you get snapped and you're like, oh no. And then you see the ace king. You're just like, the one time gets used. Please, just hold. And it comes clean flop and then it just rolls out clean and bang. Hundreds of thousands of real dollars in equity in that flip. Endrit Getchi back where he was earlier with 2/3 of the chips in play. But this time, guaranteed 422k as we are down to the final 3. DeVoris, the shortest. Francisco, laddering on up. Perhaps.
Wow.
Kai saying $300k flip. Yeah, it makes our PLO 6-card flips seem pretty insignificant now. We're trying to gamble it up at 6 a.m. in the morning. For a sub 20.
Yeah.
Just takes it.
Let's go rifling. That's it's got hurt Dvoros. He knew that it spiked there, and he's got what, a 3-1 lead. Heads up for the Millions Online title. As it is, he's now got a fight in his hands to get back in this game.
Curious how he approaches the spot. About 20 big blinds and the small blind with king queen off here.
What's up, Dan?
That open shove. I just get that open shove there. I don't know if we're at, are we still at the stage where when we got half the chips of Francisco, I'm just always trying to work out what these guys are up to. Whether it's obviously taken a line that keeps you in the tournament more, but are we not kind of looking to gamble up a little bit as Dvoros and see some flops?
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, king queen. You do want to extract value from like the king nines, the queen nines, queen eights of the world that we dominate. But I think with this ICM situation, play just. I don't know. Chrissy, James, correct me if I'm wrong. I think just like taking down the hand pre. Also, we in the tournament we pick up a blind and a half. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I think it's probably just one of those hands that's not quite strong enough to get kind of trappy, like you were saying, and I think just picking it up is great, and we're gonna get like small pairs to fold too, which is great. Right. And yeah, so it's just gonna be the lower variance line, I think.
Well, Francisco popping up the button. Dvoros 2 3s, 20 in the small. Let's go for it. Less than all in, just in case Endrick rips behind and Francisco calls it off. He can fold and hope to ladder up.
Annoying spot.
Yeah.
Debs, this is where you're 500 big blinds deep in your cash games and you ain't folding. You got the queen and the jack of the same suit. Slightly different situation here.
It's a big hand, the queen jack, the same suit.
That's it, mate. That's it.
Dvoros actually catching some hands now. Now he's really short. 2 10s on the button.
Well, if there's one player here that I know for sure can maneuver this 20 big blinds and below stack, it's Daniel. He has a lot of experience with this type of setting, whether it be shorthanded ICM and also playing with this stack size. I think that it's
right. You guys are kind of
really grim turn card, and it rhymes with 8.
Chrissy, those of you who sort of grind the high rollers quite regularly, you just find yourself in these spots a lot. Oh my word!
Oh my god!
Oh my! The offsuit 8.
Oh no!
There it is, guys. There's just no way this isn't GG for Dvoros.
Yeah, I don't think. Don't think we'll see him not getting it in.
Bar some like weird diamond, or I suppose a queen could come, but this is going to be GG for DD.
8-ball corner pocket. Another amazing run from Daniel. I know the hand's not over with yet, but just this guy has just been putting in the work and the volume, and the results have spoken for themselves to navigate his way through this field of star-studded field. Just goes to show why he's one of the most respected MTT players in the world. And tip of the hat to Daniel Dvoris, because he's just showing up time and time again. Just shows up every day.
Absolutely. Now I assume Francisco should just be shoving here, right? We just want to get.
Yeah, there it is.
He quickly calls.
The
good
shove,
game.
the snap, the good game.
Wow.
Daniel Dvoris out in third, 422k. I mean, just this is the cruelty of the game. A flip away from taking a monster lead, heads up. Instead, busts out in third. And we do have our final two. Henry, your boy, Ender in the mix. He's the chip leader. But Francisco, who was, these two were running the show late last night. You know, they were doing well. Here they are.
Indeed.
Down to the final two. Yeah. Francisco kind of navigated this final table very well. Hasn't been chipped up like the others, but here he is. Both got over 500,000 locked. 614,000 is the guarantee now. First prize of 892.
Now perhaps with Daniel... Sorry to interrupt you. I was just going to say, perhaps with Daniel out, these players will discuss a deal?
Yes, potential. I mean, we'll find out if there's been one done. We will find out. But I imagine, Chrissy, that was my first thought. They'll at least talk. There'll be a conversation.
Yeah.
They might not come to one, but
sure.
Yeah, I'm just.
Or maybe Endrit just wants to get that challenge out of the way. He's like, you know what? I'm going to go for first. I want to get that million.
He's like, you know what? We've recorded 2 of these podcasts. They take a lot of time. I can't really bother with it. Let's just finish on number 3.
Yeah. Yes. Those of you that don't already know what we're talking about, Endrit and a couple of good friends of mine recording. It was meant to be a bi-weekly podcast, I believe, called the $1 Million Marathon. And if he wins this, I believe they're up like 100k already so far this year. If he closes this out, $1 Million Marathon over and done with by episode 3. But link in the chat there for you. I'm loving the GGs in the chat for Daniel Dvoris. So the man just deserves so much respect. He really does, and a lot of love for him. I'm sure he won't be kicking himself too much, right, Demps? FT of the 25k high roller, third in this. It's been a pretty good day for him.
He's as you would expect, done absolutely nothing wrong. He lost a flip, and that's that.
He played even, I would say, above perfect from what I saw. So I don't think I think he's someone who's really good at separating results from his line. So I don't know for sure, but if I had to assume, he's the type of player that if he makes a mistake, he might be frustrated. But if it's just the matter of luck and losing a flip, what can you do? You can't get upset over that. If you're going to play these every day and you're playing those high rollers where those spots come up, it's like you just have to numb yourself to those spots and learn to accept the luck aspect of the game and focus on what you can control. And he certainly, from everything I saw, it looked like he played absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, certainly that. What's happened here? Francisco flopping tripper aces, peeling from the big with that ace-5. And all of a sudden, we're back to being pretty deep, playing 50 effective.
Do we know anything about Francisco, by the way?
Not.
Where he's from or any... No?
Not a whole lot.
Okay.
Let me have a look here.
So this is presumably a very exciting spot for him.
I would say that's the case of anyone. I'm just looking now. He's
of course.
I'm looking. Has live earnings of 65k, online earnings of under near 2 million. So no slouch. Best result seems to be had 163k score before online. So this is obviously substantially bigger than the previous caches. So we're looking at. Well, we're looking at both players looking at best career days, which is nice to see.
Very fun. That's exciting.
Not that we're rooting against the Daniel Dvoris, obviously, boss, but familiar with this. No. It's nice to see we will get a winner who's perhaps going to enjoy it a little bit more.
Absolutely.
That's the best word I could use.
Well, there's something so special about those first poker moments, and I'm sure Daniel would have loved to win this, but I'm sure he's had so much success and so much more coming. So yeah.
Your biggest score was came second in that one as well.
Wow, that one as well. Henry's already writing him off. He came second in that one as well. Henry's so biased towards his boy. He's just like, he doesn't see anything else but an Endrit win. That's what it's like.
Wow.
I like it, Henry. I like the confidence.
No, we don't do that, James. We know we've done it so many times where we call a win and completely jinx it for the person. Not that we believe in that, as the professional poker players that we are. We don't believe in jinxing things. But I meant to say that his previous large score came from coming second. I understand how that may have come across as him coming second in this as well, but listen, they're very deep. There's a lot to play for.
Chrissy, I think we've got him here. Chrissy, I think we've got him. He's backtracking. He's
solid player.
He's muddling his words. We've got him on the ropes. Just hammer it home.
I don't want to be the ref here between you two and your cat fights.
Oh dear.
I will not pick a side.
Oh. Lady Luck's
It's always
pick a side
interesting. Yeah. I was just going to say, these spots are really interesting to me that, assuming that these players focus on, multi-table tournaments, and then all of a sudden you get in this huge spot and it's heads up poker, which is very different than playing, 8-handed, 6-handed, whatever it might be. And I know even for myself, it wasn't until maybe a year or something ago that I realized, like, wait a second, I should really work on my heads up game a little bit more, because you get to these spots and you're like, wait a second, you're playing for $300,000 or something. You want to feel prepared that you've, done some studying or something. So it always, as far as I know, most people don't necessarily, specifically spend time studying heads up. So it's really interesting to see how I think strategy and skill level varies so vastly when we get into a spot like this.
Yeah. I mean, the question I always ask is, would you play this guy heads up for 270k, 280k with like 55, 60 big blind starting stacks?
Exactly.
The answer is no.
Yeah.
Then you should probably be working on your heads up game a little bit more.
Exactly.
It's
sick, and but it's something that does. It's something that I think it definitely affects someone like you, Chrissy, a little bit more. You're playing a lot of small field, high buy-in events. You're going to get heads up a lot more. Yeah. Whereas if you're playing a lot of main events, unfortunately, you don't get heads up too often.
Exactly.
Although it is more important when you're in the situation, it's probably more important for you to be able to get to that situation than it is to dedicate.
Absolutely.
I mean, you should study everything. Yes. You obviously should get good at everything, but it's more important when you're playing smaller field events. This is the point I'm trying
100%.
to make.
Yeah.
Goomlar saying, I'd play anyone for 200k heads up. All right, I think there's some people who would oblige. There's challenges flying around all around the poker world. All right, Francisco finds a queen on the end and is going to get up to over $500 million. We're going to be nearly even in chips, guys.
What a comeback.
And I guess we're not too far away from the 5 mil, 10 mil level, but would still be 50 effective. This is going to be a nice match for a big title, the Millions Online. One you want to win. Goes big
See,
for
maybe
value,
considering turning something into a bluff. Or perhaps a call.
I mean...
Well, his instincts were correct up to the river. King High was good.
Is this a spot where he's typing in the chat, do you want to look at numbers or something like that, perhaps?
Oh.
When I just see a tank like that, I think there's, I don't know, maybe he was thinking about doing something. They're pretty even in chips now, so I think if you were going to look, now would be the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Five for Endrit, open ender for Francisco. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Henry. They're calling you out. You're going to do some impressions. If Endrit go down to the final.
Oh yeah.
No. There's no getting out of it. There's no getting out of this now. Like,
you could just listen to Endrit talk. He looks like Phil Galfond and sounds like Wade Rooney. You know.
I don't even know who Wade Rooney is.
I was going to say, if Chris, if you got that, you figured out Mank. If you knew who Wayne Rooney was, I was going to be very impressed.
Oh, good. Okay, so I don't feel so bad for not knowing this.
No, he's England's all-time goal scorer in football. But, it's reasonable you wouldn't know him. But it's probably not someone you want to sound like, I guess, is the point Henry's making.
The
point he's in
their next podcast. This could be a fun one.
What?
9 of diamonds, 4 diamonds on the turn.
3 on the turn. Brings backdoor clubs, but none of those diamonds that Endrit was looking for. Francisco, well, got the 6. If we got 6-8, we can have 4-6, right?
Yeah, it's a great hand to double with. We've got more than enough equity.
Yeah, putting tons of pressure on a 7, on a 5. And then I think it's very reasonable that Endrit also has like some King Jack or King 10 or something like that.
I have to say, I wasn't sure what to expect from Francisco when we got to the heads up, because he'd been fairly kind of snug, but by virtue of the way the tournament had gone, but clearly showing heads up here, ready to battle and battle hard, and now has the lead, having started off as the slightly smaller stack.
I feel like there's a chance that in our heads and to the impression of the table that he, had been tight or had been sort of like a nittier player, but I think that a lot of that potentially could just have been like stack size, honestly.
Right.
And card distribution. I think that there's a good chance we don't really, fully have a good impression of his game, his complete game, how he might play when he does have the chip lead, for example, versus being one of the shorter stacks. So.
Yeah, it's all situational, these final tables. You think you see some stuff you don't really know.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those things even where, you're playing poker and someone is so aggressive and you think that they're, just full of it, and then you realize they just have it. They're just getting really good cards. They're not actually a really aggressive player, or the other side, right? Where someone seems like they're playing really tight, but they're actually just literally getting garbage. So it's always something to consider, I think. But of course we have to, make impressions and generalizations. And
I'm seeing
definitely
guys. Some people, Chrissy, they've made it to the money in the free roll, it looks like. They're on the way to that PS5. Keep on going, guys. Anyone still in there, let us know. Let us know. Give us some sweats. Hope someone in the chat wins that PS5. Also, let us know if you're playing anything else on Party. It's always nice to know what you guys are in. If someone's getting a little sweat going, we're getting into the latter stages of the evening. This is when things get interesting in the Party Poker tournaments.
PS5 up for grabs. Who would have thought all those years ago when we had the poker boom that the technology would be as advanced as it is today and we'd be just giving away futuristic gaming consoles live on stream when we're all commentating from 3 different locations on players from 2 different locations. I mean, we're living in a sim, boys and girls, is what I'm trying to say. We're heads up. They're playing for 270k and the Millions Online title. And the most exciting turn card in the deck has rolled off because Francisco isn't folding Queen High with a heart. Maybe he is.
I was with you there, Henry. I wasn't
Confirmed.
expecting it necessarily, but there it is. There
Not
is
a
the
sim.
fold. Yeah, I see some of you in the chat still getting that free roll. I'm so cool, doing all right. 27th in chips. All right, that sounds like a good spot. And with a chance. Tony Murphy in the money in the 55 and 60 bigs in the free roll. All right, couple of sweats there. That's what I like to see. Of course, we're not done giving away money today. You've missed the free roll if you are just joining us, but we do have our giveaway every single hour. All you have to do is have a real money Party Poker account and be following us here on Twitch. So if you're not already following us, please do click the button. And that's what you have to do. You're entered into our giveaway. $11 tickets given out on the hour, every hour, 10 of them. And if you're watching, you get that bonus $22 ticket if you claim it in the chat with a little whisper to Party Poker TV. We give those tickets out every hour on the hour.
Do you think, Demps, we've got time to do another cash giveaway? A little lot and things. We've got 2,200 people in the chat. That's without YouTube. Do a little lot and things.
Man, I don't see
some
why
real
not.
money up for grabs. I don't mind
Don't see
giving
why
away
not.
money on stream. Is Chrissy coming up with the question, or how are we going to do this one?
Nope,
Ooh,
Henry,
so
you're
how do you guys yeah.
Henry, you run with this. You go for it.
I love playing games.
All right, well,
I don't think I want to come up with the question.
Well, we'll do a $20 giveaway. So just to explain how we've done it up until now, Chrissy, is one of us is the brain, and the other one comes up with the question. Chat can come up with some questions as well, just in case we can't think of something. And then whoever the brain is has to let the other people know privately what their answer is. We then give the chat, 5-10 minutes to try and guess the brain's answer, and then whoever has it, whoever has the closest answer wins $20 cash money.
Okay, cool.
Ooh, hero call here from Francisco. The jack, enough on the 4 diamond board, flips in the call, drags it in the pot.
Chat, if you got any good Lot and Thinks questions coming, because James is a bit weird sometimes. Man,
and you've only seen PG ones. You wait till we're in a more concealed setting.
Yeah, I don't even know if I want to be the brain after my last failed attempt at being the brain.
Well, I mean, it would only seem right. We got Chrissy B in the house, and if she'd be willing to be the brain, perhaps, because the brain's always in a no-win situation. You kind of sometimes people have a go at the brain for coming out with a crazy answer, but it's just not right. You can never have a go at the brain. Those are the rules of the game. The brain is the brain.
Yes, no, I'm willing. Can you just give me a recap again how it works? What I have to do? I have to be the one to...
Well, Henry's going to think of a question. He's going to fire that question at you. You're going to write down your answer, send it over to myself or Henry, and the guys in the chat are going to guess.
Okay.
Whoever gets closest to what you think the answer is going to win some money. But Henry's got to muster up a question now. This is the thing.
I think I've got a good question.
Ooh, Francisco, look at this.
I hope it's a good one.
700k.
Yeah, it's one we've heard before, but not one we've fired.
Okay.
Chrissy, how many golf balls do you think you can fit inside an American school bus? Take your time.
Wow.
Take your time.
That's a great one.
And then if you can privately message me your answer on Twitter.
Okay.
And then we'll give the chat 5 minutes once your answer's in to get their closest guests in. But just don't look at the chat for now until...
Yeah, chat. You're out this one at the moment. You got to let Chrissy come up with her answers first, and then you're betting on what Chrissy thinks, not what you think it is. Just to...
Okay. Now, you mean one of the big school buses, right? Like there's a
It's
big
up to
size and
you.
a smaller size.
You're the
It
brain.
depends.
It's
Oh,
however
wow.
you interpret it.
You said one of the American school buses. Is that what you said?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Like a yellow.
See, I
school
picture.
bus? Okay.
I've got a picture in my head, a big yellow school bus. That's what I've got.
Me
now.
too.
I've got.
Oh,
That's
I
my,
shouldn't
that's
say
what I'm
that.
thinking.
Sorry.
And I'm glad
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not answering this one because this would be a tough one.
This is so hard. I'm pulling out my calculator. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
All right.
I respect the nerdiness level going into it. You know,
Yes.
that this is something that
Okay.
needs to be figured out.
And a sleeve of golf balls, like, is 12, 3, 6, 9, 12. Right, James?
But he was asking how many golf balls. Just.
I know. I'm just thinking.
Oh, you mean
yeah, 'cause
you're
it's
picturing
gonna be-
you're picturing the dozen. You're picturing the dozen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I'm thinking like, okay, wow,
Yeah, I
this,
like it.
this is gonna be a lot. Okay.
We're getting
Right,
an insight
chat,
into how
just-
Chrissy's approaching this. Like,
Chat, wait for your answers as well, all right? Because none of you can win anything until Chrissy has told me her answer. So Chrissy is the brain. You can't Google it. There's no point getting answers in the chat already until she's sent over her final answer. And then we'll pick the closest. I don't think we've ever done a lot of things on this scale, Debsy. This big. So I apologize in advance, mods. There'll be a lot of numbers spammed in the chat.
Oh my god. Okay.
okay, the blinds are going up. Francisco's stretching out to nearly a 2-1 lead.
Wait, I should answer a question. Do you know the real answer, or it's just about what I think anyway?
It's what you think. It
Just what
doesn't.
you think.
Yeah, I want to know the right answer though. Okay. Whew.
Francisco flopping a flush drawn gut shot here, having peeled the jack five of clubs. Endrick with bottom pair is going to fire out a c-bet.
Chat, this tournament could be over before Chrissy sends over her answer, just FYI.
Sorry. Okay.
If it does, I'm sure we can take this to Henry's
All right.
Twitter. There we go. Okay, he comes up with a check
I'm
raise.
just gonna. I came up with a quick number.
Okay.
All right.
We're just going to play
I
this,
just sent it
this
to you,
one.
Henry.
Perfect. We're just going to play this handout, boys and girls, and then we will repeat the question for those of you that missed it. Okay, cool. So, James and I asked Chrissy, how many golf balls does she think can fit into an American school bus? You guys have got 5 minutes to hit me up with what you think Chrissy answered. Closest number gets $20 cash. I will have you reach out to me on Twitter, Henry_Kilbane, or James Dempsey's Twitter, and we'll get you the money. It's shipped over. This
Well,
is the fun
what-
part,
what's
Chrissy,
that-
because now you get to see. Now you get to see what
Guys,
chat's answering.
Whilst that was going on, I
What?
guess this is when they were much more even in chips, but I've just received word there was a deal done. And look at the payouts. I assume this is when they're even in chips because I've been told that Francisco's locked up 732k, Endrit 725, so basically the same amount, and they're playing for 50k more, and of course the title of Millions Online. So there was a deal done for those wondering. But we're still playing
Okay.
50k in the title.
Okay.
Chrissy's just scared. She's looking at all the. This is the problem when you're the brain. You look at all these guesses come in, and they're either really close to what you said or miles away, and you're like, "Damn, I've either got this really badly wrong, or like, there's just no win." As the brain.
No.
There's
This was a
There's
this was a
nothing-
very tough question.
It's a great lot of things question. I love it.
Yeah,
love
I want
asking
another
people.
one. Can we do 2? After this
Well,
one, please.
Listen, Benny's response to how many planes in the sky Loddon thinks that we did when it was me, James,
Wow.
and Benny Glaser in the commentary booth is still wins. So don't worry, Chrissy. All right. Benny
What
thought
is
there
it?
were like 140. Well, Benny thought there were like 140 planes in the sky at any one time. We were like, don't judge the brain, and then Benny
This
comes
is-
out
this-
with the 140.
I mean, this was during like peak COVID times, but still, it was like a yeah.
True.
It was
True.
yeah. That was one of
Yeah.
those where I'm like, don't
I
abuse the
wonder-
brain, and then I was like, okay, I feel like we've got to abuse the brain on that one, but you know.
Now I want to see how many that is.
It's normally between like 10 and 12k, or 9 and 12k.
Yeah, it says
Just-
right
we're
now
just checking his
5,000.
King High Showdown. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it just
That's-
depends on time
yeah,
of day.
obviously
You've got a lot of
COVID.
air traffic in Asia, so it kind of all depends on what time is in Asia, to be honest. It's
Yeah,
always the,
but yeah,
defining
150.
factor.
Right, chat. Give you
Uh-oh,
2 more
Prince-
minutes on that giveaway. 2 more minutes.
Yeah. There's 11,000 planes in the sky right now, Chrissy. That's the number right now. 11,007.
Oh, I googled it and saw 5,000.
You can check on Flight Radar.
weird.
You can have a look.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
Obviously, pre-pandemic, it would be a much bigger number. But
Oh my god. You know, there is an answer to the question you asked me.
Okay, don't say anything, Chrissy. Don't give it away.
I'm
Guys
not.
in the
I'm
chat,
not. I'm trying to have a poker face on.
Endrit checking back the open ender. Francisco's King High is best. I mean, I like Henry's having to scout the answers to see if seeing the closest one. So it's like I'm trying to get a read off Henry's
That's what
face to
I
see if
did.
anyone's
Yeah.
really close yet.
There is one that has got it pretty much bang on.
Oh wow. I see that.
Scroll all the way
They
through.
range, so
Make sure I get it right.
how many guesses can somebody have though?
Just the one.
Oh, okay, because some people put multiple ones.
You only get one guess, boys and girls. And remember, the golden rule of Loddon Thinks is you are not allowed to hate on the brain, no matter what answer they gave. That is the rule. Right. Competition over with, boys and girls.
Oh god.
Dun dun dun.
I'm hating on the
So-
brain.
All right,
So
Chrissy.
I asked Chrissy. Go on, Dems. Go on.
I mean, because I don't know. You know, Henry. You know the number, but right, Chrissy. Yeah, as Henry says, he asked you how many golf balls you can fit in an American school bus. Chrissy, what was
I
your
literally
answer?
might have answered. I might have made Benny's look more reasonable than me for some weird reason because I was trying to hurry up. I said 34,000, and I think I meant 340,000. That would be probably a better guess. But yeah, I did a really stupid guess, 34,000, which I see someone guessed, but he did
mean-
lots of guesses. Did someone else get it? I know it's terrible.
It's not. There are a couple of
mean,
answers, within just a couple of thousand. 34,000 is a
What?
lot of golf balls.
I don't think that's unreasonable. That's like what?
Do you want to know the real
20
answer? Because I googled it.
That's 2,800. That's 2,800 like boxes,
Sleeves.
right? That's 2,800 dozens. That's how I would have thought about it.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem
Yeah, and
unreasonable.
then I thought, okay, thank you. Apparently, it's 500,000.
500,000.
That's a lot.
That can't
That's
be.
what's-
That
that's what-
cannot.
That's what Google told me.
It cannot be 500,000. That can't be right. Surely.
I
Well,
don't know.
the winner.
Should we rent a school bus and find out?
Yeah.
The winner was actually Archer_Quest, who guessed 31,000 first guess, just out by 3k.
Ah.
So Archer_Quest, if you whisper me on Twitch, and then I'll get your social media details, get your PayPal details, and I'll ship you some cash money. GG's. Fun one. That was a fun one.
Cool. That is. Yeah, I would like another question. I really like trivia games.
Well,
but that's okay. We can do that another time.
Feel free.
I wonder if Francisco's gonna pull the trigger here or just give up with some showdown value. I assume just potential value.
Wow, I'm looking at the size of a US school bus now. They are quite big, aren't they? I don't know. I think there's a lot of, like, packing something spherical leaves a lot of dead space. It's hard to, I don't know.
Yes.
They take up a lot more space than a golf ball itself.
Exactly. How many? Ooh, I just thought of a really good question. Because James, you're a big golfer, right? Henry, are you?
I am.
I wasn't familiar.
Okay. I wish.
I wonder how many golf balls you have gone through lifetime. That's a good question. Because I know even for me, I don't golf that much, but it's a lot. I've had rounds that it's like a sleeve of balls gone. Maybe more.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, and also, it depends if you mean net, right? I mean, we play golf, we find golf balls sometimes, you know? It's...
Yes, this is true.
Like, you can...
Are you really picky with the type of balls you use?
Like
Pro V ones?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a Pro V, but it has to be a good quality ball.
Okay.
This is a good quality flop for Endrit here. He flops the nuts, and Francisco's got ace high with the 9. This is potential for some damage.
Yeah, I assume this is a really good check back candidate though for Francisco. Yeah, and he does decide to check back. I like it a lot. There's just no real reason to c-bet there, I don't think.
I like that. Ghost of M saying, do you include the driving range? That's a good point. Fired a lot of balls off the driving range.
True.
Never to be seen again.
That's true. Not the driving range. We can...
Nah.
I'm surprised to see Francisco stick around.
Yeah, and Endrit now, just hopeful. Just hope here that Francisco somehow has a 7. It's the dream. Can win a big one.
Yeah,
Big
does
Ben
he just decide to
joining us.
size really big?
Yeah, there you go.
He
Over
does,
pot.
wow. Yeah.
And Big Ben asking, did they make a deal? They have indeed made a deal. Basically chopped for the same amount within 10k of each other, and they're playing for an additional 50. As well as, of course,
they did, okay.
The honour of being the Millions Online champion. Yeah, it's... let's have a look again at the numbers just to remind you. 732k for Francisco, 725k for Endrit. So very, very similar amounts. And well, it looks like Henry has disappeared off our screen from nowhere, Chrissy. He's had enough. That's what it is. He can take no more.
Couldn't even say goodbye.
Yeah. I'm sure, guys, we'll get him back in a minute.
Yeah, but that's very reasonable. I think that if I was in the spot, I'd probably be very inclined to do something similar. To play for a little bit, chop a lot up.
They were very even in chips for a little bit, weren't they? So it does make sense that your level, you're 50 bigs deep, you're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars to chop it up.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a funny question, that golf ball one though, because that's going to be it's a big number for anyone who plays golf. It's a big number. That's the good thing about it. Like, it doesn't matter who you are.
Yes, it is.
We've all spent
That's the
too
one
much
thing
money
when
on golf.
I just started golfing again this summer, and I think I bought a couple sleeves of balls, and then realized, like, wait a second, I didn't account for how quickly through them and need to restock way more frequently than I thought I needed to. Some courses are so tough, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, any course with a bunch of water is going to burn through golf balls as well.
Yeah.
You want
And then in Canada, I don't know what you call it. Is it fescue? Is that what it's called?
right?
Where
Yeah,
it's like
really,
it
really
feels like
thick.
if you hit it in there, yeah, you're done. Like one thing that's always amazed me is really good golfers can find balls very easily. It's like it's a skill that you acquire. It's weird.
Yeah, you just get good at looking at where it went in, and like really good golfers know how far they hit the ball, so they got a really good idea distance-wise where it's going to be. You know, that's the If you can solve one of the problems, distance and line, you got a chance.
That makes sense.
This is a spicy pot, Chrissy.
Yeah, this could be really interesting.
With the open ender, 2 live overs to Endrit's 8. 46
What was?
million in
Sorry,
pot
can you tell me
already.
the flop action again?
So it must be check, right? We got I'm assuming a min from Endrit,
Okay.
and then
Yep.
Does that make sense? He's decided to check. Wow.
Ooh.
Decided to check back the 8. I'm on assumes unless it was a limp pot, but now desperately unlucky as Francisco makes the straight.
Yep.
It hurts, doesn't it?
And I kind of,
Chrissy, you go into like the trap mode with the 8, and then you kind of your man goes betting, and now you're like, oh, I tried to trap, and okay.
Wow, he did fold. You know, I really think that he would have been forced to call like any 2/3 spot bet or anything like that. But I think to that sizing, wow, yeah, he kind of got lucky. He got away with that.
Yeah, I guess, Chrissy, the kind of the bluffs, the sort of the bluffs don't really make sense, right? If he's bluffing with a card, he wouldn't be bluffing. I'm trying to make this. How do I say this? A lot of his bluffs would have made showdown value on that river, right? So he's either got there or he probably checks.
Yeah.
What I was eventually saying, like.
Yes, exactly. I mean, he could have some missed flush draws that want to bluff too, but I'm not sure they need size or if they would. So, but I guess in theory he should be balanced and should have some bluffs for that size.
Right.
But I'm not sure that the King 8 is the best bluff catcher for that size. I guess that's the key.
All right, Henry, you disappeared for a moment, but you're back.
I did. Just disappeared to see if I had any golf balls lying around. And, turns out I don't. I am Popsicle saying Henry Kilwain banana break. Pretty much, my man. Pretty much. It's not quite bananas, oatmeal, and a glass of water, but you know, same thing basically. How about just hitting running trips as soon as I return to the booth? Life of Endrit Getchi.
Seeing a lot of overbets. Here comes another.
I was just going to say that. But I don't think we've seen any overbet bluffs, have we? It's
They always have
value
it.
every
They're not
time.
balanced enough.
They always have it. No.
Got him.
It's funny.
Got him. She knows what's up, boys and girls. The kids these days.
Now
you got
everyone's
Jason
going to
Kuhn.
overbet bluff me.
Got Jason Kuhn coming in and saying, yeah, you know, B150, great bluff spot. Nah, it's never a bluff, boys and girls. Gets looked up.
Yeah, and Francisco's going to learn that the hard way by now chip lead, but they're still pretty close. But Endrit is back into...
Yeah, this obviously slightly different scenario than if a deal hadn't been done. The people are a bit more capable of bluffing when it's still a lot of money, but there's 50k on the line rather than 300k on the line. It does make a difference, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I'm sure too. And it just takes that pressure. Everyone's probably relieved to get heads up at this point. It's been a long tournament, to be fair. You know, this is day 3. You know, they had yesterday off, but I think what that sometimes does is build up the anticipation and kind of the nerves. And once you get heads up, you know, I see it all the time. I'm sure you guys really see it. It's kind of like this relief that happens, and who, you know, then to muster up the focus and you know, mental kind of ability to play for 300,000 isn't necessarily sound appealing. I think walking away with, $700K or whatever it might be, play for 10K and enjoy the moment and enjoy the experience is probably what people want to do a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, certainly. I'm just going to...
Definitely an experience they're both going to look back on fondly, I assume, regardless of whether you can runner-up or ship it. It's been a great festival so far, Debs. Obviously, we've still got the super mega highest of high rollers coming up on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah. I love it. This is so much fun. Again, if you guys watched the Millions Online at the end of last year... Oh no, was it that one of the Caribbean Poker Pilot? I can't remember what it was. Anyway, it was one where Charlie Godwin managed to satellite in. She got a 109 feeder into a 1K, won the 100K seat, ended up coming third in the 100K for $600,000. So we're gonna hope we get a story like that again on Monday, but we are guaranteed some top-notch poker from the biggest names in the poker world, because that's what 100K does, guys. It gets the creme de la creme in the mix. And we're streaming that one from the start, Henry. We're not messing around. We're going both days on that bad boy.
Oh wow! And will that be with whole cards shown? Sorry.
It will be, yes, Chrissy. It will be for sure. So,
okay.
Here you go, guys. Look, Chrissy's listening. She's gonna be watching that. She's watching the people she plays high rolls against all the time. There is no way, you're gonna miss watching that one, because you get all that information. See what they're all doing.
I love how Chrissy's first response was just like snap asking, whole cards? Anyone? Yes, whole cards available for that one.
That's fun. For so many different levels, Learning the entertainment side to it. Maybe I'll try to saddle it in.
And also,
Chris, the nice thing
Debsy and I are more prepared than ever, because now, when we see something that we don't understand, James and I can just be like, "It's just poker. It's just poker things."
There we go.
Wow, big turn here for Endrit, picking up the open ender to go with that flop flush draw. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, guys. Please do tune in for that on Monday and Tuesday. It's going to be eventful. 3 million guaranteed, $100,000 buy-in.
Awesome.
All right, well, Endrit's turning this around. Was 2-1 down, getting back to about where we started the heads up. I think Endrit had in the low 600s, I believe.
Yeah, they're still pretty, and it seems like they both have a pretty good. They both just seem like really good players and an understanding of having. Sorry, I blanked. Trying to think of what I was trying to say.
No,
it just seems like they're both.
I'm with. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. They know what they're doing, these two. It's become apparent. I think we saw that from Endrit throughout the final table. Being very impressive performance. Francisco, we didn't see a whole lot of, but we've since realised, I think, since they got a heads up, Chrissy, that mostly that was situational. There wasn't a lot Francisco could do in that seat with Daniel Dvorak and Endrit sat behind. So just kind of had to play the game the way it was.
Absolutely. And I think to me, when I see a player, you never know with MTT players, like I was saying, like how much heads up experience do they have? What's their understanding of, ranges heads up? And I think we've seen both of these players, make king high calls, queen high calls in spots where some people instinctively might fold in those spots. But, heads up, the ranges are a lot wider, and, hand strength obviously is a little different than if you're playing versus, you're 8-handed playing versus an under the gun range or something.
What cool this was. Endrit flicks it in with the 7. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. What a call.
Strong stuff. Yeah, and I was saying, Chrissy, obviously satellite in for this 100k, but I like what they've done with this. I think they did the same thing last time, which is the last phase of the satellite is a 1k buy-in. So you can't like buy in at 10k or anything like that. So it kind of dissuades the kind of like vulturiness of it, as it were. It's a lot more of a democratic satellite, if that makes sense. You get the idea I'm going for. You
definitely.
Everyone, you're in for 1k. You're not likely to have to deal with Jason Kuhn and Ike Haxton in a satellite. Is my point.
Yes.
They're not going to be in there playing the 1k. So you got. It's a proper satellite. It's a 1 in 100 chance rather than a 1 in 10. It's
exactly. Yes, totally get it.
And you can go getting that one from a 109 or no doubt even smaller. So I mean, it's a chance, guys. Charlie did it last time out. She pocketed 600k and change from the 109.
Yeah, that must have been so fun for her. What a sick story. And I think it was definitely her first 100k too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be sure it was her first 100k for sure. Endrit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Henry. Any flops about Queen Deuce? A bit too good.
Wow. I guess we might want to check this one back.
Has Queen of Clubs as well, just on absolute.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Any
turns about dealer?
Picking up clubs on the turn.
This could be interesting. This definitely could be interesting, depending on how Francisco wants to approach this spot. Wow.
This
is gonna.
The B130. A rare appearance.
Endrit is not sad. How excited is he right now?
This is one Henry loves to call over. He's tanking here. Guys, look.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. This could be it.
Oh dear.
This actually could.
Backdoor clubs against the flopped queens.
Wow.
Full. Chrissy, is there any way he doesn't go broke in this? I mean, a bet faced by Jam after Endrit checks back, would that raise enough suspicion?
I mean,
wow. Overbet again.
I mean, when Endrit shoves here, obviously, I mean, it's kind of interesting because now that we overbet, I don't think that Endrit's going to bluff versus that size necessarily very frequently. But then you have to wonder, is he just calling with the 9-high flush? So it will be it's going to be such a gross spot for Francisco.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, overbet turn as well.
Yeah,
I mean, only
is the 9-high flush is the 9-high flush in there when we've overbet turn? Do we not make like 9-4 clubs fold in the turn when we bet that size? Wow, here we go.
That's a valid point. This is so gross. And it's like, would he actually do this with, the ace of clubs? Or, wow, what a spot.
Raise check back the queen, deuce, pulled the overbet.
Yep.
Jams over the river lead. Francisco's like, really? This is really happening?
He is hating life right now. Wow.
$1 million marathon. Completed it, mate.
Yeah.
Francisco makes the call.
I genuinely think, yes, he can fold. He can fold. That is it. I love this fold. I think when we have an overbet turn, I love that fold. That's incredible stuff.
That's amazing. And you know what? His size on the river allowed him to do that, because I think if he had bet, 70% pot or something, he would have had to call had Endrit shoved. But I think that's what's kind of cool too about overbetting in those spots, because I think very few players are capable of bluffing versus that sizing and in that spot. Really interesting hand, really, really interesting. And, he'll see this back and realize he probably saved his tournament life. And, he's still in here because of that size that he chose.
Yeah, that is really good. I'm very, very impressed. Like we were just saying that, Francisco's a little bit more of an unknown quantity on this final table. You see stuff like that, you realize, wow, okay, really, really well played hand. And unfortunately, he's obviously still lost the hand and most of the chips, but as you say, it's still in here with a chance. You can spin it up, 162 million. Being short than that already on this final table, so let's see. Well, this is a bad start, perhaps. Limped pot. Got second pair on an ace-high board.
I mean, even this could be it. If Endrit sizes up turn like 30 mil, SPL would be just over 1 going to the river. We've just got a bluff catch. I guess having the deuce isn't great.
Right.
Yeah, things that really go along with it.
10-6. Yeah.
Especially the deuce of spades, right? We want to be up against deuce 3 of spades, deuce 5 of spades. But certainly going to double barrel.
Oh,
Does cool. Undercard comes. Gives Endrit 2 pair.
Now we've got a good bluff catcher. It feels like.
Right.
Oh
no.
This is a pretty dirty. Nah, it's a pretty dirty bluff. Well, I guess like
It's
4-7.
It's the limp though as well. It's
Jack 7, Jack 8 of spades, Queen 7, Queen 8.
Queen 10, Queen Jack.
good fold. Good
jam.
fold.
Yeah.
A bit easier that fold than the previous, but a good fold nonetheless. Francisco down to just over 10 bigs. Yeah, see chat going off about that previous hand. I mean, I'm with him on the fold. I thought it was a fold. Just Chrissy broke it down really well. Why? With the 2 over bets, it just makes it very hard for your opponent to ever be able to be bluffing there.
Yep.
Oh, circle's heating up a little bit. We just get more orange, or are we gonna see Francisco blast off with the 4 high with the 4 of spades?
Employing that limp strategy again. I see some of the chat asking any talk of a chop. Yes, there was a chop. The details of which were 732 for Francisco, 725 for Endrit. They're playing out for 50k, and of course, the honor of being the Millions Online champion.
I just want to let you. I'm talking to Chrissy, James, well, everyone at home actually. I know it's not much of a giveaway, but we did the $20 cash giveaway, and Archer Quest requested that we ship the $20 to Sick Kids Toronto charity. So I appreciate that, Archer Quest. I know we had some fun with the giveaway. That seems like a pretty good cause to donate the money to. Appreciate it, my man.
Sweet.
Love it. Endrit ripping it from the button. Touch of class, that. I like that Twitch chat. You good people. Some of you, anyway. You know.
Yeah.
Some of you are just born troublemakers. Troublemakers, you hear me? But a lot of you are good people. And, well, Francisco's needing help, guys. The old 10-1 chip lead. I mean, we've all blown that one before. I've blown the 10-1 chip lead before. But it's a tough one to come back from.
It's easier to do than you'd think. You know, you're in the spot as Endrit, and you're like, oh, I've got it. And then it's like he doubles up once and wins another hand. You're like, oh, geez, okay. It's easier to do.
Is that from experience, Chrissy, or have you just watched many friends blow up?
Unfortunately, some experience, but other ways too. Yeah, and seeing friends come back and myself coming back even. Yeah.
Endrit with the ace king of spades, continuing the limp strategy. Obviously going to throw some traps in there. Oh my god.
Wow.
Francisco. Wow. I mean,
yeah.
Endrit smashed this flop so hard as well. Ugh. Ace 6-3, couple of spades.
I love the limp
Francisco.
by him too.
This is potentially grim.
Yeah, I feel like I'm just thinking what Francisco does for say. Oh wow! Oh my god!
10 rolls off in the turn. Oh,
okay.
This is getting crueler, but like you say, yeah, is now drawing live at least. I mean, it's bad news when you're 10-1 down. You got from drawing dead to drawing live, and that's the good news.
Yeah.
This is the situation Francisco's got himself in.
I think we have to see a bet now, right?
Yeah. One blind. Come on, Francisco. I'm rooting for you. Well, rolls off a king on the end.
Might be a card where Francisco doesn't feel too obliged to put more chips in, but it's still tough.
Right. I mean,
Yeah, I'm trying to think of bluffs that don't set something up on the flop here in Edrich's shoes, and maybe some Queen X, Jack X.
wow.
Oh.
He has.
He
He's
did make
called
the call.
again.
Okay.
It was obviously a tank call. We saw the glitch there, but he has made the call. Endrit,
Wow.
your
Aw.
champion. Wow. I mean, Francisco ran terrible there. Heads up, guys. Two very
Yeah.
tough spots. He got away from the third time of asking, though. He did make the call, and we can kind of understand why, right? You're getting bashed up by a guy. Heads up. Eventually, you just want to see some cards. That is it. Party
Of
Poker
course.
Millions online. Main event winner, Endrit Gaethje.
Congrats.
Amazing stuff.
Challenge complete.
Amazing. Yeah. There we go.
$1 million marathon completed it, mate. Yeah.
Yeah,
GG.
confirmation of the payouts with the deal incorporated. We see there Endrit with 775k. Francisco picking up 731. Danny Dvorak, of course, was chip leader for a while there. 3-handed, 4-handed, finished in third, 422. And the rest of the final table you can see laid out in front of you there. Well, Henry, your boy got it done, huh?
He did. He did indeed. He didn't let us down. Got the job done against the pretty star-studded FT. I don't know. I had a blast today. I honestly think this is one of the highlights of each year. Obviously, we get the opportunity to cover our biggest tournament of the year, and the FT didn't disappoint. I mean, you had Christian Rudolph just blasting from the beginning. In the first hour and a half in, we still had 9 players. And then you saw Dvorak tangling, with Banovic, with Endrit. Honestly, the final 5 players, anyone could have won that. And I'm obviously really happy to see Endrit come out on top.
Yeah, well, exactly that. I just want to take this moment as our show finishes to thank Chrissy. And thanks so much for coming in, Chrissy. Stuck with us to the end. We had a little bit of fun. We've learned some stuff about golf balls. And
Yeah.
I wish you good luck. Hopefully you get that satellite, and we may see you on Monday in the 100K, right?
Yes, thank you. I hope so. And thanks for having me. You guys are pros. You guys are awesome at doing this. So, it's an honor to come here and do it with you.
Well,
Too kind.
Very,
too kind.
very, very kind. Yeah. Well, that is it for the show, guys. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Thanks to the mods and the production team, as always. It's been a fun one, and we won't have to wait long for more action because, as I mentioned, myself and Henry will be back on Monday for the super duper monster mega, any way you can explain it, high roller. Monday evening, 7:30 p.m. UK time. We'll be covering that $100,000 buy-in, $3 million guaranteed event right here on Party Poker. But for now, that is it, guys. We have crowned our champion of the Millions Online main event. It is Endrit. He's pocketing 775k. Myself and Henry will see you Monday evening. Good night.